In this tutorial, you will create an amazing and professional architect and interior design website step by step from scratch. If you are an architect or an interior designer or someone who is looking to build a stunning website for your interior design clients, this is the best tutorial you will ever need. In this design masterclass, you'll learn the best methods to create a visually stunning website that will attract and impress your clients. By following this single tutorial, you will not create an interior design website but also become a master of web design without the need to hire any professionals, saving you a significant amount of money. Just imagine having your website live within next 2 to 3 hours. Yes, you heard that right. You don't need any coding or design skills. To create this website, we will be using a free software called WordPress, a free theme, and the best drag and drop page builder called Elementor Pro. Let's have a quick sneak peek at what we will create in this video step by step. You will learn how to create a logo by using a free online tool, how to make this awesome homepage with scrolling animations, beautiful banner, client's logo area, about section, beautiful services area, amazing filterable portfolio gallery with hover effects, animated number counters. This video pop-up will open the video like this. Awesome testimonial area with hover effects, displaying recent blogs within homepage, and a nicely crafted footer area. I will show you how to create an amazing about page like this. All these sections, team members area, we will create the portfolios page, and by clicking on them, it will take you the specific single portfolio details page. Here, people can also see the related portfolios underneath. Then, how to create a fully functional contact form inside your contact page. Also, you can embed Google Maps within the page. Finally, I'll show how to write a perfect blog post with categories, featured images, and blog details within Elementor. Also, how to create the blog archive page. I'll even provide you with all the necessary images and templates so you can follow along with this video step by step. Most interestingly, we'll learn how to make any website 100% responsive for mobile and tablet devices, so there won't be any technical boundaries. Can you believe we will be doing all of this just by using a drag and drop page builder? This tutorial is perfect for complete beginners. So if you have never built a website before, you are in the right place. Now let me introduce you to myself first. My name is Taimun Nishad. I'm a professional web developer. Even in the past, I have completed so many freelance WordPress projects for my clients. So basically, you're learning all the best methods and techniques from a real professional web developer. I'm really excited about this, and if you are excited too, please give this video a big thumbs up. That's the only thing I ask from you. Other than that, this video is completely free. Just have a look. If you like this video, you can find this video easily later in your liked videos on YouTube. Alright, let's dive in. We will be creating our beautiful website in easy 4 steps. First, I'll show you how to get your own domain name and web hosting. I'll even provide you with a 78% discount link. Next, we will install WordPress. Then, we will install a free theme and Elementor Pro. Finally, we will start creating our amazing website step by step. I'll also add a timestamp in the description so you can jump into any necessary part at any time. Let's now start with the step number 1, which is getting your domain name and web hosting. So first of all, what is a domain name? Domain name is basically your website address, like Facebook has facebook.com, Amazon has amazon.com, we have jimfahaddigital.com. Similarly, for your website, you need an address that will be your website name.com. And what is web hosting? Web hosting is the storage space for your website. All the images, text you will have in your website, all will be stored on your own web hosting. As you are owning your own web hosting, so there wouldn't be any limitation. You can run ads, you can upload text or images, you can upload any themes or plugins you want. You are in charge of your own website. Now, how to get your own web hosting with a free domain name? So first, just click on the very first link in the description below this video, or you can just go to jimfahaddigital.com best host. And this will take you to a special discount Hostinger page. So why Hostinger? In my opinion, Hostinger is the most affordable and also the fastest web hosting provider available. Just have a look into their Trustpilot reviews. People are super happy with their hosting speed, affordable pricing, and customer support. Now from here, you can change your language. If you speak Spanish, Portuguese, or Hindi, you can select any language from here. One thing I also want to say is that this page changes quite often. In fact, they probably change it once a month. So if the banner or interface looks different, don't worry, don't panic. This happens quite often. It's the same website. Let's scroll down a bit. You'll find all different plans. By the way, here we can see 3 plans, but sometimes you may see 4 plans here. But just don't panic because you can create your website with any of these plans. But as you are starting out, I recommend taking this premium or business plan. With both of these plans, you can create up to 100 websites. For example, today you're creating a portfolio website, tomorrow you want to create a business website, and next week you want to create an e-commerce website, so you don't need to purchase hosting each time. So here, with this premium plan, you'll get 100 GB of SSD storage. With the business plan, you get 200 GB of NVMe storage, and with any of these plans, you'll get all the features like unlimited free SSL, so all of your website would be encrypted and super secure. Unlimited bandwidth, so there wouldn't be any limit how many website visitors you will have. Free email, you can create hundreds of professional email addresses like info@yourwebsite.com or admin@yourwebsite.com like this. Then free domain. Yes, like I said, you'll get a domain name for free. You'll also get tons of WordPress features like free one-click WordPress installation, free website migration, so if you want to move your existing website from another hosting provider to Hostinger, they will transfer it on behalf of you. How cool is that? Now let's talk about the security. Personally, I'm very serious about website security, and Hostinger just nailed it with all of these features like Cloudflare protected name servers, malware scanners, and all of these. I've had very bad experiences with other web hosting providers. We have got so many malware attacks and we had to pay the hosting providers additionally to use their other security tools. But here in the Hostinger, you're getting all of these security tools for free. Now let's select a plan. Like I said, you can take any of this plan based on your needs. For now, I'm taking the premium plan. You can upgrade it later anytime, so click on Add to Cart. Alright, right here, you're going to see different options. Now this is referring how long do you want to host with Hostinger. So we have 1 month, 12 months, 14 months, and then we also have 48 months. First of all, I don't recommend going with the 1 month because it's almost $12 a month, which is super expensive and we don't want that. My recommendation would be go with 48 months. So for the 4 years, you just need to pay $2.99 per month. That will save you $432. And then after those 4 years, you start to pay $7.99 per month, which is still super affordable for a web hosting plan that can hold up to 100 websites. But if you just want to start with 2 years or 1 year, you can click over here. And then in your first year, you just have to pay $3.19 per month, and you're still going to create up to 100 websites. And after that, first year you start to pay $9.99 per month. So the longer the first period, the more discount you will get when you renew your plan. So if you have the budget and you want to get the most discount possible, you can go for the 48 months. And after those 48 months, you start pay around $7.99 per month instead of $9.99 per month. But wait, there is more. If you scroll down here you'll see have a coupon code. And if you fill with my special coupon code JFD10 and then click on the apply, you'll now get a total of 76% discount. Can you believe we are getting a super fast web hosting with the free domain name for the full year only for $34? What an amazing deal, right? So I scroll up again. Here you see pricing is only $2.87 a month for the first 12 months, $2.78 a month per the first 24 months, and $2.69 a month for first 48 months. Now let's scroll down. Put your email here. Make sure you use your best email address because they will create hosting account with this email address. And then let's put a very strong password here. Now you see you can pay with your credit card, PayPal or Google Pay, or you can even pay using your cryptocurrency. Also, you may see more different local payment options based on your country. So let's just skip this part and scroll down here. And in here, I'm just putting my card informations. Then let's just click on Submit Secure Payment. So from here, you can skip this part. From here, make sure you select WordPress from here. Now, let's click on the Select WordPress button. So here it says create login details for WordPress account. So in order to create an WordPress account, we need to put our email address and password. So my email address is already here, so I'm using this one. And let's put a strong password. I pasted my password. Then let's click on the next. And now it says, what will your website look like? So right now we don't want any theme, so we'll just click on the skip. Here it says, do you want pre-selected plugins for your website? No, I don't want it. So let's click on here. No, I want to select plugins manually, and let's then click on the next. Also, we can just skip this. So in here, it's asking what's your website name. So basically it's referring to choose your domain name. So let's select a name for our site. Let's type JFD Toots. Once I typed in, you can see on the bottom, it's suggesting the domain with the extension like jfdtoots.in, jfdtoots.me, and jfdtoots.com and more. From here, you can choose any extension you like, but I recommend you to choose the .com because it sounds more professional and legit. So I'm gonna choose the .com and I'm just gonna click next. Here it says where is your target audience. You can just keep this default, which in my case they have selected a data center in the United States, the closest one they have to my country, but in your case it can be a different one. So you can just keep it default or change it from here, or you can just change it later on. So I'm just keeping it as it is and I'm just clicking on the next button. Now it's installing WordPress. We are almost there. Let's just wait a bit. And right now we're at the control panel of the Hostinger. And from here, if we go into the Home tab, you'll see in the account actions, it's saying we have sent a verification email to your Gmail account. So let's check our email. You'll find an email address in your inbox that's called verify your email address. Now from here, we'll just simply click on this verify email. Now it will take you back to the Hostinger cPanel with the email address confirmed. Now from here, I want to get my WordPress. So from the premium web hosting here on this manage button, I'm just gonna click this. Now it will take us to the Hostinger dashboard. Now from here, it says WordPress overview. Let's click that. And then under here, it says admin panel. Let's just click on here. And it will directly take us to the WordPress dashboard. So finally, we are at our WordPress admin panel, also known as the dashboard. I'll guide you through everything here from the posts to media, pages, comment, appearance, plugins, and everything. But before we start, let's clean up things a bit. Because personally, I prefer working in a clean workspace rather than a cluttered one. So first, let's close this welcome pop-up by clicking on this dismiss button. And then from here, you can close all these items like this. Or if you want, you can click on this screen options. And from here, you can deselect or uncheck everything one by one like this. And now it's looking much more clean and fresh. But there is more to clean up. Like if you click on these plugins, here you can see we have a list of plugins. These plugins came by default after installing the WordPress. And if you are wondering what is plugin, plugin is an extra tool or extra add-on which extends the functionality of your website. And of course, we're gonna use some plugins for our website, but not these specific ones. So we can select all this plugin like this. Then we can click on this bulk action, then select this deactive and click on this apply button. And every plugin will be deactivated. Now select all the plugins again. Then from the bulk action, this time select the delete. And now apply. And the pop-up is asking, are you sure? Of course we're sure, so click OK. And now all the unnecessary plugins has been deleted. Great. Now next, I'm gonna show you how you can change your WordPress password and other basic user information. So you can hover over this users, and under this user option, click on this profile. And under the profile, we have this admin color scheme. From here we can change our dashboard color to light, modern, midnight, or whatever we like, but this doesn't matter that much because only we can see this as an admin. So I'm gonna just keep it default. Now under here, you can change your admin panel language to any language. You can choose your native language or any other language you want. For now, I'm gonna keep it site default. Then from here, you can put your first name and the last name. For example, my first name Taimur and last name Nishat. And from here, you can choose your nickname. I'm just gonna type Taimur. And this option, this display name public as, this is a bit important because in here you get a couple of variation. I recommend you to choose your best one or your full name. For example, this one. And I will show you a very simple example of this. So here you can see this is a post. And here we can see this is the post author. In this case, this is Jim Fahad. So basically the author has chosen this name for his post. So in our case, as a display name, we chose this variation. So in our post, our name will be shown in the post like this. Alright. Now here, you can change your email address or website address. For now, I'm not messing with these options. So let's scroll down. And in here, you can actually change your WordPress profile picture. So I'm keeping it like this. If you want to change it, you can just click on this option and you will be able to change that. Now here we have option to set a new password. So if you click on this set new password button, here WordPress will suggest you a very strong password, but of course you can type your own password. So here I typed my password and it's showing it's strong. So I'm gonna scroll down a little bit and click on this update profile to save all the changes we have made here. Now at this point, I want to make you familiar with two basic terms in WordPress. One is backend website and one is frontend website. In this admin panel, all of the options, all the contents you are seeing, this is backend of our website. And if you want to see frontend of your website, you can hover over this site title and you can click on this visit site. I'm opening it on a new tab and let's go to the tab. And in here, this is the front end of your website, where the whole world can see this portion of your website. Right now it's looking like this, but we can always change the look and feel of this front end website. And by the way, one thing here, if you see this black bar on the top, only we can see this as we are the admin of our website. Other than that, any other visitors will not able to see that. Alright, now I'm gonna make you familiar with some basic settings. So let's go back to the dashboard again. From here, let's hover on this setting and let's click on this general. From here, you can actually change your site title, for example, Taimur's website. And in this tagline, you can put some meaningful stuff like best website in California. This will actually help you to rank on the search engine as well. Alright, then if you scroll down, you will find this time zone, date format, and time format. You can easily set your time zone according to your need, and also you can choose any date format or time format. Alright, now I'm gonna save the changes. And after saving the settings, you can already see this is our new WordPress title. Alright, now I'm gonna show you a very important settings. So under the settings here, we have this permalink option. Click on this. And in here, under the permalink structure, we're currently having this day and name as the permalink structure. But I highly recommend you to choose this post name permalink, because I'll give you an example. So this is an example of difference between a plain and a post name permalink. So with the plain permalinks, your website address will be something like yourwebsite.com/a number, which looks very weird on your address bar. And on the other hand, we have the post name permalinks. With the post name permalinks, your website address will be like yourwebsite.com/a page name like this about us, or a post name. So this address is more human readable, it looks good, and it actually can help you on the search engines as well. So just keep your permalink structure to post name. Alright, now let's save the changes. And now I'm gonna make you familiar with the WordPress themes. So if you hover on this appearance and under this, click on this themes. Here you can see we're having a couple of themes like 2024, 2021, 2023. But currently this 2024 theme is active, that we can see in our front-end website. And also from here you can add new theme by clicking on this button or this big button, add new theme. And here you have access on thousands of themes you can install. Also you can search the theme here. So let's search hello Elementor, and you will see this theme. From here I'm gonna click on install, then I'm gonna click on the active, and as you can see this is the plugin and this is active. And now if we go back to our front-end website and refresh the page, and here we can see this is our new theme that we have just installed here. So this text and all the contents is coming from the new theme. But if you're wondering, the previous theme was good looking. So basically you can change your front-end website in two basic way. One is the installing a theme like this, and other one is to use a page builder. And using the page builder is a game changer thing in WordPress. You can literally design anything in form of a website super easily with a drag and drop tool. And what do you think the best page builder for WordPress is? Of course it's Elementor. And to create our website today, we're gonna be using Elementor Pro. And also I'll tell you one thing upfront, that you can actually use only Elementor free version to create 90% of this website today we're gonna be making. But since our website is very unique and design wise very sophisticated, I highly recommend you to use the Elementor Pro version. Otherwise it will be very hard to create it with Elementor free version, and also you will be missing out some advanced features from the Elementor Pro version. So to get the Elementor Pro version with best deal, you can go to jimfahaddigital.com, and in this page under the important links, you get this Get Elementor Pro. And it will take you to the Elementor pricing page. In here you have different plans for Elementor Pro. With Elementor Pro, you can do a lot more, like making animated websites, blogs, or even online stores without needing to know how to code. Think about this. Hiring someone to build your website can cost thousands of dollars. With Elementor Pro, you start at $59. That's a huge save. You can buy this plan. In here, you'll get Pro widgets, theme builder, premium support, and you can create one website with this plan. And then we have the advanced and the expert plans. From here, I highly recommend you to use this advanced plan or the expert plan. Here with the both of these plans, they have all the features unlocked for Elementor Pro. So basically you will be able to use the full power of the Elementor, and you can unlock the full potential of making a website. You get premium support, 82 Pro widgets, dynamic content to sell stuff online, custom code and CSS, a way to add your own code, and things like form builder, e-commerce features. With this advanced plan, you can create up to 3 websites. Like today you're making a restaurant website, tomorrow you'll make a portfolio website, and next week you want to make an e-commerce website. So you don't need to purchase the essential plan 3 times. If you want to create 3 websites with this essential plan, you will cost $180 to make it. But with the advanced plan, you can make 3 websites only for $99. Here with the expert plan, you can create up to 25 sites. This is a perfect plan for freelancers who need to create multiple websites. And if you are an agency owner, Here comes the perfect plan for your agency. With this agency plan, you can create up to 1000 websites and you will get all the features of the Elementor Pro only for $3.99. Like you can make a client's website and they might pay you $500 to $3,000, but your cost, if we just calculate the pricing, we're getting 1000 websites, so 1000, and let's divide it by $3.99. So as you can see, you are getting only $2.5 of cost for each website. In my opinion, that's a great win. Like you can make a client's website and they might pay you $500 to $3,000, but what your cost? Just about $2.5. If you ask me, it's a smart investment. So let's buy our package. So for now, I'm gonna go with the advanced plan. So click on the buy now, and in here you have to create an account. You can continue with Google, Facebook or Apple, or you can continue with your email. So let's go here. You can put your email address here. I am putting mine, and let's set a password. Then let's create my account. Then from here you can put your first and last name. I'm putting mine, and most of the thing here is optional, so I'm gonna just skip this and click on the continue. And from here you can use your card or PayPal as a payment method. So I'm just gonna put my card information, and on the right side I'm gonna click pay now. And now from this Elementor panel, only thing you have to do is click on this download button on the top right corner and click on this under the downloads, and your Elementor Pro zip will be downloaded. Alright, now let's close all these. And from here, let's go under the plugins. Currently, we have no plugins, but now, before installing the Elementor Pro, I want to install the Elementor free version because we need both of these to create our website. So let's click on this add new plugin. And here, I'm gonna search Elementor. And the plugin will come up here. From here, just click on this install now. Now it has been installed. Now instead of searching, this time I'm gonna click on this upload plugin, and from here I'm gonna just drag and drop the file like this here. And now I'm just gonna click the install now, and our Elementor Pro will be installed right here. And now if we go to the plugins, and we can see we're nicely having the Elementor and Elementor Pro. So I'm gonna select the Elementor and Elementor Pro. Then from the bulk action, I'm gonna select active and click on apply. And these two special plugins will be activated in our WordPress. I'm really excited to show you the power of the Elementor page builder. But before that, we have to connect the Elementor Pro with our Elementor Pro account. So click on this connect and activate. From here, we are already logged in the Elementor Pro account in this browser, so we can just click on this active my license, and our Elementor Pro will be fully active. Now let's proceed to the website we're gonna be making. So here in the front end website, we're having this feel and look of a theme, right? But we can use page builder. We can show any page we design with the page builder on our front end website. So to build anything, we need a page, right? So let's go back here, and we have this pages option here. Let's click here. In the pages, you can see we're already having 2 sample pages. So I'm just gonna select these, and from the bulk action, I'm gonna select move to trash and apply, and it will be deleted. And from here, I'm gonna add new page. Then here, I'm gonna rename our page. I'm gonna rename it home, and I'm gonna click on this publish button, publish. Although here it says home is now live, but if we go to our front end website and refresh, we cannot see the home page we have just created, right? But we want the home page to show here as our front end website, right? So let's go back here and click on this WordPress icon to go back to the WordPress dashboard. Then hover over the settings, and under here, click on this reading. Then in here, currently your page displays your latest post, which is these contents. So instead of that, I'm gonna select this a static page below, select this, and under the home page I'm gonna select the home, the page we have just created on the pages. Then I'm gonna save the changes. Then I'm gonna go back to our front-end website and refresh, and now you can see the home name inside this page instead of a post. Alright, and now we're gonna open our home page inside the Elementor page builder, and we're gonna literally redesign our front-end website and display it here. Alright, now let's go back, and under the pages click on this home, and let's open the home in the Elementor. So click on this edit with Elementor, and also you can close this Elementor pop-up. And now we are at our Elementor page builder, where the real fun begins. Here on the right side you can see it's actually same as our front-end website, but it has some additional things like this box, and here in this beautiful box we will create our masterpiece. So we'll get back to the right side later. Now let's go to the left side of the page builder. Here first of all I'm gonna click this got it to close the pop-up. In here all of the items like heading, image, text editor, video, button, all these are called Elementor widgets or Elementor elements. These are actually is the building block of the Elementor page builder. So from here if you scroll down you'll see a pro drop down here. Under this you can see so many advanced widgets or elements like loop carousel, portfolio, gallery, then WordPress menu, and all of these. But you can only get access to these if you have the Elementor Pro version. With the Elementor free version you have only access to these basic ones. So that's the one of the big reason you should have the Elementor Pro to create some advanced website. Alright, and now I'm gonna show you and give you an example how a page builder works. So first of all, I'm gonna close this navigator for now. Then inside this box, I'm gonna click on this plus icon. In here, you will see two options. If you have Elementor Pro, one is Flexbox and one is Grid. Let's click on this Flexbox, the first one. And in here, you will see many structure. For now, let's click on this first one. And after clicking, you will have a basic box covered within a pink border like this. So after adding this element or box, you are selecting the box currently. So if you notice on the left side, all the elements or contents has been changed. So all the content inside right now is all for this box. Alright, so in here, we can edit this box. If you grab this min height slider to the right, you can see the box height is increasing, and if you drag it to the left, the box height will be decreased. And alternatively, you can put custom value, for example 600 pixel, then the box height will be 600 pixel long. Alright, now we have many options here. We'll get back here in few moments. So for now, make this justify content center, select this. And now let's say you want to color this whole box. So to style or color anything, you can click on this style tab, and in here under this background type select this classic, and under the color here click here, and you will have a full color picker to pick your color. You can slide and use these knobs to pick your color. So for now I'm gonna make it fully black, so the box is fully black now. And now let's say you want to add something else inside. Let's add a heading. So I'm gonna just drag this heading widget and drop it inside this box. And from here, you can triple click to edit the text. Also, you can edit the text from here in this box. For example, I'm just typing Jim Fahad Digital. And if you want to color this text, you can go to the Style tab. And under this text color, you can change the color. And it's currently having a blue type of color, but you can select any type of color. For now, I'm gonna make it fully white. Alright. And also you can use this alignment option to align your contents. Like if I choose this alignment center, my text is now centered. Alright. Now let's check the typography option here. If you click on this pencil icon, a whole typography pop-up will come up. From here, under the family, you can actually choose your font family or font style. For example, I choose this Rhodes font family. And you see instantly my font family is changed. Also you can type and search your font family. For example, one of my favorite font is Poppins. After typing it will suggest the font. I'm gonna select this and now my font is Poppins. And in here you can use these knobs to change the font size like this, or of course you can put some custom value like 50 pixel. And this is the font weight. Using this you can make your text thin or bold. So the lower number will make it thinner and higher number will make it bolder. Alright, for now I'm gonna keep it 600, which is called semi-bold. Then we have this transform. In here we have many options, like if I make it uppercase, the whole font will be uppercase, and if I make it lowercase, the whole thing will be lowercase. And then we have capitalized to make it capitalized. Then here we have many things and many options you can play with. And also we have this line height here. By using this line height you can define the text line height like this. It can be useful on many cases. And then we have this letter spacing. With these options you can literally add space between each of your letters like this, you see. And similarly we have word spacing. You can add space between each of your words. Alright, so for now I'm gonna select the value and click on the backspace to make it empty and default. And now after this text I want to add a text editor, so you can click on this grid icon and all the widgets will be loaded here. Then I'm gonna drag this text editor widget underneath this heading and a text editor will be added here. From here you can change your text. I'm gonna keep it the dummy text here. Then of course in the style tab you can make it center by alignment. Then let's change the text color. And also you have the typography and same options for this text as well. From here I'm gonna select the font size. Alright, so this is very easy to work on the text or typography in the Elementor page builder. Now let's say you want to add another thing like a button. So let's add a button. And here in the button you can change the text from here. So instead of click here I'm gonna type learn more. And here under the links you can put any link like kitpapa.com or google.com. So whenever a visitor will click on this button it will take them to the link we have set here. That's great, right? So let's go to the style tab to style this button. First of all I'm gonna make it center like this. Then we have the typography for the button as well because the button has the text here. So in here I'm gonna make it Poppins. Then I'm gonna increase the size a little bit. Alright, and in here you can set the button's text color. I'm gonna make it fully black. Then under the background type you have this background color for the button, so it's currently green. You can make it to any color like this. And one cool stuff I'll show you here. Currently the tab is on the normal, and if we select the hover tab here, inside the hover tab we also have the text color, the background type color, and many more. So for example I'm gonna select this background type, something like a blue color, and let's select the text color to white color. Notice I'm doing all this on the hover tab here. If we click on this normal tab all will be the same as before, but we did it in the hover tab. So now whenever you take your mouse over the button you will see a cool hover effect. And you know how easy it is to add a hover color. You just have to change the background color and the text color, whatever you like. For example, if we make this green color, the hover effect will be green. How cool is that? Alright, now let's say you want to add space between each element here, or for example you want this button more to the bottom here. So here the advanced tab come into the part. In the advanced tab you have all the advanced options and advanced settings you can use. So we're gonna be learning more deeply all of these stuffs later in this tutorial. For now let's focus on this margin option and this padding option. With the margin and padding option you can add space between each elements or each widgets. So for example if we unlink this margin you'll have 4 zeros on top, right, bottom and left. Okay, So for example, on the top, I type like 40 pixel, and here you can see on the top of this button, it leaves some space of the 40 pixel. Alright. Or if we type 40 pixel on the bottom, it leaves the space on the bottom. Alright. And if you link this option like this, you can type anything in the any box, all will be the same on the every side. Okay. So I'm gonna make it 0. And with the padding here, although it works very similarly to the margin, like if I type 40 here, it leaves 40 pixel on the top, but this padding is a different approach. The margin and padding has different use case. Alright, so you will actually learn more about later in this tutorial. For now, remember you have the margin and the padding option to add spaces between elements or contents. Alright, and now let's say you don't like an element from here and you want to remove that. So you can select that element and right click there, and you have this delete option. You can click on this and the element will be gone. Just right click and delete. Alright, now if you want to delete this whole box, you can just click on this X button on the top of this box, and the box will be gone and everything inside this box will be gone. Now if you want to undo your actions, you can press Ctrl Z to undo your actions, like I deleted all the things but I undo it to bring it back, or you can redo by clicking Ctrl plus Y to redo your action. Alright, now I'm gonna make you understand a very important concept, which is Flexbox concept. It's not just a concept of Elementor or WordPress, it's for the whole web design field. If you understand the Flexbox, you can literally create any website structure or layout by your fingertips. That's why it's very important for you to learn, so let's pay attention here. So here I'm gonna drag a container inside this box, and as you know, it will add a basic box. Then I'm gonna make this container a full width. Then I'm gonna make this container's min height like 600 pixel. Then I'm gonna click on the grid icon, and I'm gonna add another container inside this container. And to don't get confused, so I'm gonna select the first container and color this. I'm gonna color it like blue, but very light. And let's select this container inside and color this. And I'm gonna color this one blue, but this time a little bit deeper, like this. And also I'm gonna go to layout of this container, and let's make this container a little bit less wider. Like if I type here, first of all, let's make this contain full width, and we have this width here. From here, instead of percentage, I'm gonna select pixel, and if we just type like 150 pixel here, and it will become the box of 150 pixel wide. And I'm gonna make this container's mean height like 120 pixel. And now I want more of this container inside this, so we can simply right click and duplicate to have the exactly same container, and I want to duplicate again. So now basically we're having 3 containers inside this main container. So we can call this main container as a parent container, and inside this, the small containers, we can call these as our child containers. So inside this main container, we're basically having 3 child containers. Alright, so I'm gonna select this parent container, and in here, first of all, we have this justify content. It's by default set on the start. If you click on the start, nothing will happen. But if we click on this center, it will be centered vertically like this. Or if we click on this end, then it will be aligned all the way to the end. And if you click on this, and if you select this justify content space between, it will be spreaded equally on the vertical way. And similarly, we have other options here. So for now, I'm gonna make it justify content center. Then we have this align items. With the align items, this is actually very similar to justify content. If you click start, since it's already on the start, nothing will happen. And center to make it center horizontally this time. Or set it to the end to make it on the right horizontally. Alright. Then we have this gaps property. In here, by default, we have 20 pixel and 20 pixel gap on the column and row. If we unlink this, these gaps will be 0 and you can see no space between the elements by default right now. So you can manually type here like 40 pixel on the column, nothing will happen, I'll show you why, and 40 pixel on the row, and you see on the row it's added 40 pixel gaps. Alright, now let's make it 0. Now it's time to show you the direction property and what it does. It's currently by default is direction column or the vertical. With the direction column, the elements inside will be ordered or aligned one by one vertical way. And if you choose this direction row, every item or element inside will be ordered horizontally. Alright, and now on the gaps, let's unlink. And now if you use the column gap, you can add this column gap between each of your elements. And this time the row gap is apparently doing nothing. Alright, so that's how basically it works. And now I'm gonna show one final thing here. Click on this and let's add, for example, a button inside this child container. Let's select this child container, the middle one, and from here let's make it justify center and align item center. And you see inside the button and inside this, the button is affected by this child container. Alright, because this child container is the parent container for this button, and this child container is the child for this parent container or the main container inside this. So for example, in the main container, I make this justify content start and align item start. Everything will go to the top and left. But this button is not affected by the changes on the main parent container because this button is not the immediate child of this main container. This button is the immediate child of this blue container. Alright, so any changes on the blue container will affect the button, but any changes on the parent container will not affect the button but the blue containers. Alright, so if you once understand the parent and child relationship of a web page, and once you master it, trust me, you can create anything for your website. Alright, so basically this was the TextBox concept, and if you didn't get anything or confused by something, you can watch 3 to 5 minutes back and I believe it will be very clear for you. Other than that, I think it's enough theoretical talking and it's time to be more practical. Like, we should start creating our step-by-step website already, right? So let's delete all these examples. And one thing here, as you know, this tutorial will be hours long. So if you are ready to invest your next 2-3 hours, then you can follow this full tutorial. But let's say all of you don't have such long time, or you are on a rush and you want your website really fast, instead of watching hours long video, then I have another option for you. You can use ready template from kitpapa.com. Of course, we will create our website step by step from scratch, but the kitpapa.com is for the people who want to create their website really fast and also at the same time seamlessly. So here, let me give you a quick tour of kitpapa.com. If you scroll down a little bit, you can see on the left side it has a category of websites. It has categories of websites, and they have almost every category you can imagine, like service business, agency, portfolio, freelancers, health, medical, education, sport and fitness, you just name it. And all of these are perfectly dedicated ready templates for each of the categories. You can not only create websites for yourself, but also for your clients within a few clicks. Let's say you have a client and he owns a restaurant and he wants his website to be really professional and at the same time really fast. For that, they have food and restaurant category. In here, under the food and restaurant, they have so many beautiful templates here, like this iFoods restaurant and cafe. Let's check this out. From here you can buy this beautiful template and it's really affordable. It's only $14. And if you scroll down, you will find all the documentation and also a video installation guide of how to install this template within clicks. So basically you can watch this 1-2 minute video to skip the whole 3 hours video. Alright, and also here you will find a very interesting thing. If you click on this live demo, the whole website will be loaded in a beautiful iframe. You can fully interact with the website you are going to buy, and also you can check the responsiveness like tablet mode, mobile mode, and everything. And of course you can click on this visit site to experience the real site in the separate page. Now let's go back here. So basically you can just buy this one template and you can make multiple templates out of it, and you can at least earn $3,000 with this from your clients. But let's say you are a freelancer or an agency, you can actually grab their buy all package. If you click on this buy all, here you can get full access to the premium template kits with this buy all deal. And as you can see, here is a limited time discount is going on. So you can actually buy this lifetime access of this buy all package only for $49, $49, $59. And in my opinion, that's a great deal. Like, they have 180 plus premium kits and they update 10 plus kits per month. That's mean you get all the access of their future template kits, and it's only for $49, $59. What more can you expect? So if you buy their buy all package, I recommend you to buy it through this limited time discount because it will save you so much money. Okay, now let's go back to Kitpapa's homepage by clicking on this logo. And from here, I'm gonna search Vantage, and this template will come up. This architecture and interior template kit is a top-notch design. This design has a very unique and modern look that will make your client's business really stand out in this modern era. So now I'm gonna show you how easily you can install this theme after purchasing. After purchasing the theme, you will have a zip file like this. Keep this zip file in your device, and now go to your WordPress dashboard. And from here, hover on the appearance, then go to themes. And make sure you have Hello Elementor theme installed in your WordPress. If you don't have it, just click on this add new theme. And from here, just search Hello Elementor. And from here, you can easily install it and activate it. Now, next, go to your plugins. And in the plugins, make sure you have this Elementor and Elementor Pro installed and activated. Then next, hover on this Elementor option and click on the settings. And from here, click on this Advanced tab. Then here we have this Enable Unfiltered File Uploads. From here, make sure you enable this option and scroll down a little bit and click on Save Changes. Then in here, we have this Enable Unfiltered File Uploads. Make sure you enable this option. Then scroll down a little bit and click on this Save Changes. Then click on this Features tab. And from here, scroll down a little bit and you will find this Nested Elements. From here, select this Active. Then scroll down a little more and then you will find this Flexbox container. Make sure you select this Activate. And now scroll down to the end and save the changes. So basically, we did all the settings to fully support our downloaded kit. Alright, now finally we're gonna import our Vantage Architecture Interior Kit. So under the Elementor, we have so many options, but here we have the Tools option. Let's click on it. And from here, click on this tab, which is Import Export Kit. Now from here, select this Import a Template Kit and click on this Start Import button. Then here, an upload field will come up. And from here, I'm gonna click on this Select File. Then I'm gonna select the zip file that we get after purchasing the kit. And I'm gonna click Open. And it will show you a warning, but I'm just gonna click on this Continue. And from this onboarding, make sure you selected this Elementor and Elementor Pro. Then click on the Next. And from here, just keep everything as it is. Now, finally click on this Import button. And now our kit is getting imported. And after getting imported, it says your kit is now live on your site. Now I'm gonna click on this Close button. And now I'm gonna do some simple settings after importing the kit. So first of all, hover on this setting and click on this permalinks. And under this permalink structure, just select this post name and hit Save Changes. And now I'm gonna go to the pages, and we can see we have all the pages inside here. And we can see we have all the pages here. We just have to set up only one page little bit, which is this blocks page. So I'm gonna click this page Edit with Elementor. And from here, first of all, I'm gonna click on the settings. Then under the page layout, I'm gonna make it Elementor full width, and our page will become full. Now click on this element, and on the left side, under the choose a template, click on start typing its name, and in this field, just type blog grid post, and this suggestion will come up. Click on this, and the blog template will be updated like this. And now click on this update. And now if we go back to our WordPress dashboard, and now let's click on our site title, click on visit site, and here we can see our template is ready instantly. Now let's get back to our tutorial. So I'm gonna close this tab. Today in this tutorial, as you know, we're gonna be making this beautiful piece of website. And now we're gonna dive right into making our website step by step. Also, I want to remove this contents on the top and bottom. So let's click on this settings icon on the bottom left. And in here, we have this page layout option. Under this, select this Elementor canvas. And now we are having a fully empty canvas. And also, I'm gonna turn on this navigator. So you can always keep your eye on this navigator to see what I'm doing, what I'm adding, deleting, editing, everything. Okay. So for example, if I take a container and drop it in, you know, it adds a box like this. And also in the navigator, you can see this is a container. It's been added. So you can double click on this container to rename this container. I'm gonna rename this page border, because inside this container we'll be adding some widgets to add borders through the page. Okay, let's see what does that mean. So first of all, let's select this page border container, and under the content width, I'm gonna make it full width. Then I'm gonna make this direction to row, and gaps, I'm gonna make it 0. Then under the advanced tab, I'm gonna make the padding all 0. Okay, now I'm gonna go to widgets, and inside this page border container, I'm gonna add another container, and I'm gonna make this container full width, and under the width, I'm gonna make it 20%. So this container is having 20% width or 20% space of this main container. Then in the direction, I'm gonna make it column, and under the advanced tab, I'm gonna just make it all 0 padding. Then inside this container, I'm gonna go to widgets, and I'm gonna search a new widget, which is spacer. Then let's add the spacer inside. Then from here, I'm gonna make this spacer space 1500 pixel like this. Then from the advanced tab, we have this width option. In here, first of all, select this custom, and after selecting this custom width option will appear. In here, first of all, let's make it pixel value. Then in here, I'm gonna just type 1 pixel. Then down here, we have this position option. In here, I'm gonna select this absolute, and it will become position absolute element. Then on the horizontal orientation option, I'm gonna make it right. Then I'm gonna keep the offset 0 and vertical orientation on the top. Then vertical orientation's offset, I'm gonna make it minus 110 pixel. Then we have Z index. Inside this, I'm gonna type 11. And the thing is, maybe you are unfamiliar with all these options like position absolute, orientation and offset, also the Z index, but I think it's not the right time to explain this to you. I'll explain to you exactly at the perfect moment in this tutorial. For now, just follow me step by step, okay? Then after this, I'm gonna scroll down a little bit, and you will find this background drop down. Open this, and inside this, click on this classic, then click on this color option. In here, I'm gonna type E6, E6, E6. So by adding this background color, we basically colored this spacer widget. Like if I close this panel, you will be able to see this. So you can see it's looking like a vertical long border throughout the page. So let's open it back. So if I summarize this, let's go to the content. This 1500 pixel is making it very long like this. And then in the advanced tab, this custom width 1 pixel is making it 1 pixel wide like this, very thin. And finally, this position absolute is positioning this absolutely, which I'll explain you deeply later. Then this background is just coloring this border, okay? Now I want more of this border, so I'm gonna close this container and right click on this container and click on the duplicate, and I'm gonna keep duplicating until we have 4 containers here. So right now, after duplicating the containers, it looks something like this. So basically it's a modern way to add a professional vibe to our website. Okay, so let's open this panel back, and we're done with this page border, so I'm gonna just close it. And now after this, we'll be making our banner section or hero section. So for that, I'm gonna drag a container inside this, and it will be added after this page border, and I'm gonna double click on this container and rename this hero section. By the way, you can just rename your section to anything. It doesn't matter as long as you can keep it organized. Then I'm gonna make this content width full width. Then let's make this direction to row, and gaps I'm gonna make it 0. And under the advanced tab on the margin, I'm gonna add 60 pixel margin on the top, and it will add 60 pixel space from the top, as you know. Then I'm gonna make the padding all 0. And now inside this hero section container, I'm gonna add another container. Then I'm gonna make it full width, and here in the width I'm gonna make it 20%. And see how this container's end is perfectly matched with this border, right? Because where this border is placed, that container is also 20%. So everything is proportional. Okay, now I'm gonna make this direction of the container column, and I'm gonna make this padding 0. Then inside this container I want an image widget, so I'm gonna drag this image widget inside, and as it is obvious, in the image widget you will show an image, right? So from here you can choose image, click here, and you will have a full media library. In here you can manage your images and files. So currently we're having no images or files, so we have to upload the files. And by the way, if you want to use all the images and files I'm gonna be using in this tutorial, you can just go to the Fahad digital website, and under the important links we also have this download the resources I have used in this tutorial. If you go to this link, you will get a zip file in this Google Drive, and from here you can just download the whole zip. And after extracting the zip file, you will have 2 folders like this. One is images and other one is templates. So inside this images folder you will have all the image we're gonna be using in this tutorial. So let's go back to the Elementor page builder, and here I'm just gonna select all the image and drag and drop inside this media library. And right now our images is being uploaded. We have to wait a little bit. And now all the images has been uploaded. Now we can select any image we want from here. Right now we want this image. You can check this image name here. Now after selecting, click on this select button, and the image will be loaded in the image widget. Then I'm gonna go to the style tab of this image widget, and I'm gonna make this alignment left. Then after this container inside this hero section, this is the first container, and now after this I want another container. So one of the easy ways to add a container after a container, right click this container and click on this add new container, and a new container will be added right after this first container. Now select this second one, and in here as a width I'm gonna make it 40%. And after making it 40%, you can see how perfectly it occupied the 40% width inside this container. It's not big deal, but it's actually satisfying to watch this perfection. Alright, now I'm gonna make this container direction column, and I'm gonna make the gaps 0. Then under the advanced tab I'm gonna also make the padding 0. Then inside this container I'm gonna go to widgets and search a widget. It's called divider, and I'm gonna add the divider inside. Then under this width here, first of all I'm gonna make it pixel property. Then here I'm gonna type 53 pixel. Then under this style tab, as a color I'm gonna make it 0C, 0C, 0C. Then I'm gonna make this weight 2 pixel, and it will make this divider a little bit thicker. And on this gap I'm gonna make the gap only 2 pixel. Then under the margin I'm gonna unlink this margin value. Then on the bottom I'm gonna add 170 pixel. and it will leave some space on the bottom, and I'm gonna scroll down and make this z index 10. Then after this divider, I'm gonna go to widgets, and I'm gonna add this heading exactly after the divider. And if you accidentally dropped it before the divider or before any element, you can just use this navigator to realign things. Like you can drag this divider and drag it up a little bit and drop it here, and it will be on the top again, and this heading will be on the bottom. Then let's select this heading, and of course let's change this dummy text. I'm gonna just type interior design. Then on the style tab, I'm gonna make this color 0C, 0C and 0C. It will make it a dark color or black color. Then here in this typography, I'm gonna make this font family Poppins. Then I'm gonna make this font size 120 pixel, which will make this text much bigger. But since this is our main text on our banner or hero section, it does make sense. Now I'm gonna make this text weight to 700, which is called bold. Now on the letter spacing, I'm gonna type -7 pixel. In the letter spacing, the minus value will be used for decreasing the space between letters. Like if I make it 7 pixel, it separates the letters, but if I make it -7 pixel, it pulls the letters to each other to make it compact. Okay, now I'm gonna close this typography and go to advanced tab. In here, I'm gonna unlink this margin, and on the bottom I'm gonna add like 25 pixel of margin. Then I'm gonna make the padding 0 pixel. Then here z index, I'm gonna make it 9. And now with this text, we're gonna break a rule here. Like if you notice here, this text is inside this container, and this container is 40% of the main container, and it's only limited to this amount of space, right? So this text cannot go beyond this. And for that reason, this text is breaking itself. Like the first word is on the top and the second word is on the bottom. But I want it to be same row. Like if we go to the style tab and in the typography, if we just for showcasing make this text size 70 pixel, you see, because the text size is small, it's having enough space to stay unbreakable. And if we just increase the font size, the line is getting breaked and it's looking like this. But we are here to break the rule to make our design perfect. So let's go to the Jimfa Digital website. In here, you will find this hero banner heading CSS. Inside this, just copy this whole code like this. You don't need to understand any code or anything, just copy this and go back here and go to the advanced tab of this text. Scroll down all the way to the end, and let's open this custom CSS drop down, and just inside this box, paste the text we have just copied. And we have just broke the rule of the web design with little bit of custom CSS. Now this text doesn't require to be small to fit in line like this. Alright, now after this heading, I'm gonna go to the widgets and I'm gonna add the text editor after this text, and let's change the dummy text. So now instead of typing the whole text, I'm just gonna paste my text, because I don't want to waste your time by typing this big chunk of text, right? So let's go to style tab and work on the styles. First of all, I'm gonna make this color 6 pores 444 444, and you will get a gray type of color here. Then under the typography, we're gonna add a new font in our website, which is Montserrat, and you'll have this Montserrat. Select this. Then text size, I'm gonna make it 16 pixel. Then weight 500, and then line height. First of all, select the EM property under the pixel, then type 1.5 EM. Then letter spacing here, I'm gonna type -0.1. Then under the advanced tab, I'm gonna link the margin, and on the left, I'm gonna add 10 pixel of margin on the left to match with this big text. Okay. Then in the padding, let's make it 0, and in the custom width, let's make it custom. Then here, I'm gonna make it pixel, then type 442. Then z index 9, and with this we're done with this middle container or the second container here. And now I'm gonna add the third container by clicking the add new container, and the container will be added after this. Then I'm gonna also make it 40%. So basically this is 40%, this is 40%, altogether 80%, and this 20% makes it 100% width of this main hero section. Alright, so let's select the last one and also make this direction column, and I'm gonna make the padding 0. Then inside this I'm gonna add an image widget like this. Then let's choose the image, and this time I'm gonna select this image. You can look at the title. Okay, let's select. Then under the advanced tab of the image, I'm gonna make the width 100%, and height here I'm gonna make it 563. Then this object fit will appear. In here, select cover, and object position, keep it center. Okay, and also one thing on this heading, as we are using the custom CSS, we can actually just increase the font size like 144, and it makes it look even better. So now basically we're done with this hero section in terms of layouting and structuring. Now I want to do some cool stuff on this banner or the hero section. So first of all, let's select this image, this first one, and under the advanced tab I'm gonna scroll down and you will find this motion effects. In here we have this entrance animation. Entrance animation means an element will show an animation after you first visit the site or when you are seeing the element for the first time in the website. So let's try this. Click on this default here, and I'm gonna select this fade in left. You see, after selecting this, it's already showing an animation. So let's do it on the other elements as well. Let's do it on this heading, and motion effect, entrance animation, fade in left. Now notice the animation of the heading right after I select the animation, like this. It's cool, right? Also, let's add it in the text editor. Motion effects, entrance animation, fade in left, and also this last image, advanced, motion effect, and fade in left. So if we want to see this, how exactly it will look after loading, we have to update the Elementor page builder by clicking on this update button. And then we can click on this preview changes to check the preview. So first of all, we are at our front-end website, and can you believe this is our front-end website? Before it was a chunk of text here and there, but now after designing it, it's looking like we're literally creating a masterpiece. So stick to it until we finish the masterpiece. Okay, so the reason we're here, so let's refresh this page to see the animation. Every element is giving an animation on entrance or the page loading. So cool so far. So let's go back here. So I'm gonna close this hero section like this, and after this hero section I want to add another section which will be our look section. So I'm gonna rename this, and look section is just a name, nothing else. So here, first of all, I'm gonna make this content width full width. Then on this mean height here, I'm gonna type a custom value which is 275 pixel. Then I'm gonna make the direction row and gaps 0. Then padding 0. Then inside this, I want another container. Make it full width. Then width, let's make it 40%, and direction column. Then align items here, I'm gonna make it end. Then under the advanced tab, padding 0. Then inside this container, I want another container, so I'm gonna drag it. Let's make it full width, and in the width here, I'm gonna select pixel. Then I'm gonna type 620 pixel. Then I'm gonna make this padding 0. Then inside this container, I want to add a widget which is called social icons. Let's drag and drop this, and after dropping this, you'll see it has some icons like Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. And also this is basically some links. When a visitor will click on this Facebook, it will take them to your Facebook profile or Twitter profile or YouTube channel. But actually we don't exactly want these social icons, so first of all I'm gonna delete all these, but we cannot delete the first one. So in the first one we have to edit this. So we have this icon. You can click on this icon library to change icon. In here I'm gonna search Instagram and select this and click on this insert, and Instagram icon will be loaded. Then I'm gonna add a new item. Then inside this icon library, I'm gonna search LinkedIn, but we're having this icon of LinkedIn, which is field icon. But if you click on this font or some brands, you'll also find this icon, which is only the text. So select this and insert. Then let's add another item. Then here, let's search Facebook and click on this font or some brand. Then select this Facebook with F, insert. Then finally, let's add the last one, icon library, and I'm gonna search Twitter, and on the font or some brands, I'm gonna select this one. So you are having these social medias with icons. And now I'm gonna change the shape of this icons. So inside this shape option, I'm gonna make it circle to make it fully round. Then I'm gonna directly go to the style tab, and in here under the color, I'm gonna choose custom color first, and this primary color and secondary color will appear. Then from the primary color, first of all, I'm gonna make it fully transparent by dragging this second knob all the way to the left, and it will be transparent. Then on the secondary color, I'm gonna make it 0C, 0C, and 0C. So this will make the icons inside black color. So this primary color was basically the background color of these icons. So we don't want any background color, so we're just gonna make it transparent. Okay. Then icon size, I'm gonna make it 15 pixel to make it a little bit smaller. Then I'm gonna make this padding 0, and spacing here, I'm gonna make it 45 pixel to add some spacing between the icons. Then I'm gonna go to the advanced tab, and in here, I'm gonna unlink the padding. Then on the top padding, I'm gonna add 260 pixel, and it will leave a lot of space on the top. Then under the advanced tab, I'm gonna make this width custom and choose this pixel. Then type 598. Then we have this align self option. In here, I'm gonna choose this end to align this whole thing to the end of this container. Okay. Then I'm gonna make this Z index 11. And now I want to add the animation with motion effects right way rather than adding it later. So on the entrance animation, I'm gonna make it fading left. Then after this container, inside this look section, I want to add another container. Then I'm gonna make this containers with 20%. Then let's make this direction column and gap 0. Then also the padding here 0. And inside this, I'm gonna add an image widget. And I'm gonna choose an image. I'm gonna select this image. And under the style tab, I'm gonna make it 100% width. Then on the image height, I'm gonna make it 275 pixel. Then object fit cover. Then after the image, I'm gonna go to widgets and add the divider after the image. Then I'm gonna make this divider's width 53 pixel, and under the style, color 0C, 0C, 0C. Then weight 2 pixel and gap 2 pixel. Then under this style, I'm gonna make the margin 0. And I think it's the time to make you understand this position absolute and all these options. So first of all, let's make it position absolute. And you see, after making it position absolute, this divider was first here before after this image, but it's now top of this image. Like, not specifically top of this image, this is over this image. And you can just drag this divider and put it anywhere in the page you want, like this. So basically, after making any element position absolute, it doesn't require any physical space like any other element inside this. And you can put this position absolute element just absolutely anywhere you want by using this offset and orientations. Alright, so obviously I don't want it here, so let's edit the orientations and positionings. So first of all, I'm gonna make this horizontal orientation to right. Then horizontal offset, I'm gonna make it minus 28 pixel. Then vertical orientation, I'm gonna keep top. Then vertical offset, I'm gonna make it minus 55 pixel, and it will be here. Now this Z index option, I'm gonna make it 10. And this is still not the right time to explain the Z index to you, but it's coming very soon, I promise. So now let's go back to the content tab. And in here, let's make this alignment to the right to make it all the way to the right. Alright, so we're done with this divider and also with this middle container. And after this container, I'll add another container, and I'm gonna make this container's width 40 pixel. Then let's make a direction column, and justify content, I'm gonna make it center. Then gaps, I'm gonna make it 0. Then under the advanced, I'm gonna make this padding 0. Then inside this container, I want another, so drag and drop a container. Then full width and pixel. Then under the width, I'm gonna type 560 pixel. Then gaps 0, padding 0. And now inside this container, I want to add a heading. Let's change the heading to look. Then I'm gonna make this heading color 0C, 0C, 0C. Then typography, I'm gonna make it Poppins first. Then font size, I'm gonna make it 60 pixel. And font weight, let's make it 700 bold. Then line height, I'm gonna select EM and type 1 EM. Then later spacing, I'm gonna make it minus 3.5 pixel. Then under the advanced tab, padding, let's make it first unlink the value, and let's make it 30 pixel on the bottom and 143 on the left. Then after this heading, I want to add a text editor. Then let's change the dummy text. So I'm gonna just paste my text, and here I'm gonna show you a very interesting thing. So this is a basic paragraph or a text, okay? So in here, we're gonna work on some text specifically in this paragraph. So I'm gonna select this view project like this, and after selecting any text inside paragraph, you can do whatever you like with this text. So I'm gonna first of all make it bold by clicking on this B icon. Then I'm gonna click on this insert link icon. In here you can put any link like http://kitpapa.com, and you can apply here. So this view project text is linked to the kitpapa.com right now. And after linking, also I'm gonna click on this toolbar toggle to open some additional options. Then under the text color, I'm gonna click on this icon, and I'm gonna click on this custom. Then here in the color code, I'm gonna type 1C, 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 and click OK to make it a black color. Also, I'm gonna make it underline to make it look like a link. So if I wanna show you, I'm gonna update, and I'm gonna go back to our front-end website and scroll down here, and as you can see, this is the link. If I click on the link, it will just take us to the kitpapa.com. So this is a cool feature. Also, you can select this text, and on this link text, you can click on edit, and here after this apply button, there will be a link option button with settings icon. If you click this, a pop-up will come. From here, you can check this open link in a new tab and update it. And if you update and go to the front-end website and now click on this link, it will be opened on a new tab. Alright, so that's a great feature in the text editor. Now let's go to the styling, and here first of all I'm gonna change the color. I'm gonna type 444 444. Then in the typography, I'm gonna make it Montserrat. Then font size 16 pixel and font weight 500. Then line height 1.5 em. Then letter spacing minus 0.1. Then inside this advanced tab, and I'm gonna make the margin 143 on the left. Exactly same as this heading. So this two element is just keeping some space from the left. Okay. Alright, so we're done with this container as well. Now lastly, I'm gonna add some animations on the motion effects. First, for this image, entrance animation fade in left. Also for this heading, entrance animation fade in left, and also for this text editor, fade in left. Okay, now let's update. Now in our front-end website, the hero section and our look section all together, making a nice full page view. Although these sections are looking perfect, but it's not responsive yet. If we go back here and check the responsiveness by clicking on this responsive mode icon, and here a top bar will appear. From here you can check the responsiveness, for example like on the tablet mode. If you click here, you can check the responsiveness in the tablet view or tablet screen. So as you can see, it's not very good in the tablet mode, so we have to work on this. So first of all, I'm gonna select this hero section, and under the layout, I'm gonna make the wrap. Then inside the first container, let's close it to make it look clean. So select the first container inside hero section, and I'm gonna go to the layout, and here select the percentage property. Before it was 20%, now I'm gonna make it 100%. And what happened? After making it 100%, it gone to the top, and these two containers, this and this, stayed on the same row. Alright, okay, now I'm gonna select this first container which is on the top and go to the advanced tab, and I'm gonna scroll down, and we have this responsive drop down. I'm gonna open this, and I'm gonna turn on this hide on tablet portrait and hide on mobile portrait on, like this. And this first container inside this hero section will be hidden for tablet mode and mobile mode. So currently it's looking gray like this, but if we close this panel, you see that is completely gone on the view. So only in the canvas we can see this gray, but don't worry, the other user won't be able to see this. So now let's work on the second container, this one, and under the layout, I'm gonna select this percentage, and I'm gonna make it 46.5%. Then under the advanced tab, I'm gonna make its padding 60 on the top, 30 on the left. Then I'm gonna select this. Then under this style tab, obviously we have to decrease the font size now in the small screen. So I'm gonna make the size 64 pixel, and line height, I'm gonna make it 1.5 em, and letter spacing, instead of -7, let's make it -3.7 pixel. And then let's select this text editor after this text, and now our text will be fixed. Now after this text, we have this text editor, and let's also work on this typography. First of all, instead of 16, I'm gonna make it 14 pixel. Then under advanced tab, I'm gonna make the custom width 290 instead of 400 something, and it will look like this. Then after this, I'm gonna close the second container and work on the third container, or the last container. So first of all, under the layout, I'm gonna make the width 53.5%, and we have image under this. I'm gonna select this image, and inside this style tab, we had some height. I'm gonna make the height 301 pixel. Now we're gonna work on the look section for the tablet screen. So first of all, I'm gonna select this look section, and under the layout, I'm gonna make this wrap. Then I'm gonna select the first container. Then I'm gonna open the look section, and let's close all the containers and select the first container. Under the layout, I'm gonna make the first container width 10%. So this is the container where the social icons are placed. Right now it's gone, but we'll bring it back nicely. Then inside this first container, we have another container. I'm gonna select this, and I'll make this width 100%. Then inside this container, we have the social icons. First of all, I'm gonna make the rows gap 22 pixel. Then under the advanced tab, I'm gonna make the padding 0. Then on the custom width, I'm gonna make it 40 pixel. And after making this 40 pixel, the social icons inside will be vertically aligned like this. Alright, now it's looking pretty nice. Now next, let's select this second container inside this look section. And here, first of all, I'm gonna make it 36.5%, and it will become like this. Then I'm gonna select the third container, and I'm gonna make this width 53.5%. Then I'm gonna make its padding 30 pixel on the right. Then we have another container inside this. Select this, and let's make this containers with 100%. Then I'm gonna grab this heading, and under this style tab, I'm gonna decrease the font size like 35 pixel. The line height 1.3 em, and letter spacing -2 pixel. Now under the advanced tab, I'm gonna make the padding all 0, and on the left, I'm gonna add 100 pixel, and on the bottom, I'm gonna add 30 pixel. And this text will perfectly align with this border with the help of this border spacing. Now let's select this text editor as well. First of all, I'm gonna decrease the font size to 14 pixel, and margin, let's make it 100 pixel on the left to make it aligned with this heading. And now if we close the panel from here, it's kind of looking like this, which is not the best. So I'm gonna open it back, And by doing one thing, it will be all perfect. Select this divider on the hero section, and under the advanced tab, open this responsive and hide it on the tablet mode and mobile mode. Now if we close the panel, you see how perfectly this hero section image and this look section image is facing each other, and overall it's giving a nice compact view. Perfect. So since our hero section and the look section is perfect on the tablet screen, now it's time to check the mobile screen by clicking on this mobile portrait. In here we can see we definitely have to work on this. So first of all, let's work on the hero section. First I'm gonna select this heading, and under the style tab I'm gonna make it 45 pixel. Then under the advanced tab I'm gonna unlink this margin and it will be 0, and on the bottom I'm gonna add 10 pixel only. So first of all, I'm gonna select this second container under the hero section. Now here in the padding, I'm gonna first of all make it unlinked. Then I'm gonna make it 25, 20, 20, 25 and 20 pixel. And now I'm gonna select this big heading, and from the style tab, I'm gonna decrease the font size to 45 pixel. And also in the advanced tab, I'm gonna make the margin 0, and on the bottom, I'm gonna give 10 pixel of margin. Then let's select this text editor, and also in the advanced tab I'm gonna make it 0. Now our hero section and the look section is looking perfect in the mobile mode, tablet mode, and of course in the desktop mode. Alright, now let's open back the panel, and we're gonna turn off this responsive panel by clicking on this. Now we are gonna add a really cool effect on our banner. It might be the coolest effect on our banner area, because the banner area is the part where the visitors gets their first impression of the website. So it should be that cool. So I'm gonna close this hero section and also this page border, and I'm gonna select this hero section, and I'm gonna click on this plus icon from here, and it will add an area to add elements. And in this area we're gonna drag our container, and I'm gonna rename this container scrolling slide. Then I'm gonna make this full width, and I'm gonna make the direction column, then padding 0. Then inside this add another container, and then under the advanced tab make the padding 0. Now inside this container I'm gonna add a widget. It's called spacer. Then here on the spacer space I'm gonna make it 898 pixel, and it just took the whole page's space, but don't worry, we'll fix that. Then directly in advanced I'm gonna turn on this custom width, and here I'm gonna make it pixel. Then I'm gonna type 755. Then when we're gonna make this position absolute, then the spacer will take no space and everything will be normal. Then after this I'm gonna keep this horizontal orientation to left, and offset I'm gonna make it minus 410. Then vertical orientation keep it top, and offset keep it 0. Then z index I'm gonna make it 10. Then I'm gonna right click on this spacer and duplicate this. Then in this spacer I'm gonna edit the space 625. Then for this custom width I'm gonna make it 1000 pixel. Then here keep everything same, but this should be 415 pixel, and then z index it should be 9. And now select the first spacer and scroll down and open this background. In the background I'm gonna make it fully white color, so you can type the code FFF to make it fully white, and also this one. Make the background color fully white. So basically it looks like this right now. This is the first spacer, which is this long one, and this is the second one. And right now we're gonna add scrolling motion effect in this spacer element. So I'm choosing the first one, and inside the motion effects, and here turn on this scrolling effects, and this option will come up. From here on the horizontal scroll, click on this pencil icon, and under the direction choose this to right, and on the speed type 30. And let's select the second spacer, and I'm gonna do the same. Turn on this scroll effect, and in the horizontal scroll, select to right, and on the speed, let's type 30. And now if we close this panel, and then if we start to scroll, you see it has an effect. So basically it's the scrolling effect. This animation is being performed based on the scrolling. Alright, but still we have to fix something. It's not fully done. If we notice here, with this wide big spacer, this left image is being hidden by that, and also this middle image on this look section. So let's fix that. Let's open the panel, and inside the hero section, open the place where we have the image. So we have that image on the first container, and this is the image. Let's go to the advanced tab, and now finally it's time to make you understand this z-index option. Till now we were just using this option, but we didn't know what it does, right? So now if I type here 11, you see the image is now over the spacer here, because if you remember, on the spacer we have this z-index 10, and on this spacer we have this z-index 9, and now on the image we have z-index 11, which means this image is getting more priority over those spacers. So this image widget is more forward than the spacer, and the spacer is backward from the image widget. So for example, this image is right now 11, and if I make this z-index 12 instead of 10, you see this spacer is now getting more priority than the image, because the image is 11 and this spacer is 12. So that's how simple it is. So I finally explained it to you, and finally you know what it does. Okay, so let's make it back to the 10, and this image, keep it 11, and also we have this image to edit. So also I'm gonna make this 11, and the image is more forward than the spacer. Also I'm gonna select the first spacer, and under the custom width I'm gonna make it 690 pixels, so this big text would not hidden by that at the first place. Alright, so overall we are having this amazing effect on the scroll, and it will be a big highlight of your website. Alright, and also we just made this without using any custom CSS. Isn't it amazing? Of course it is. So now we're gonna check the responsiveness again of this area, because we have added this effect and we should check the responsiveness. So let's turn on the responsive mode, and in here first of all let's check the tablet. If we check this here, closing the panel, so here we can see it's looking very weird. So actually we don't need the scrolling effect on the tablet mode, so we'll keep it simple on the tablet. So I'm gonna select this scrolling slide, and from here in the responsive we're gonna simply hide it on the tablet and on the mobile. Now if we check, and we get the perfect banner area on the tablet mode, also in the mobile mode. And also I don't quite like the borders on the tablet mode, so we can simply do the same with this page border. From here, just on the responsive, hide it on the tablet and mobile, and it will be good. And one final thing we can notice on the tablet as well as on the mobile screen, that we are having a big horizontal scroll, and it's bad for our website. So I'll give you a simple solution for this. So what you can do is, if we select this hero area, and under the additional option, and from here if we make the overflow hidden, you see the horizontal scroll is gone. But still if we scroll down, the horizontal scroll is appearing again, because we are having this scrolling slide effect. So this scrolling slide effect is going all the way to the right side and making the horizontal scroll very big. So if we try to hide this scrolling slide container, click on this eye icon to completely hide this, and you see right away the scrolling issue is fixed. So if we click on the scrolling slide, and under the layout in the additional options, if we make this overflow hidden, the issue is also fixed, but on the desktop mode we no longer have the scrolling effect because of the overflow hidden option. So I'll give you the simplest solution of this. First of all, let's make it default, and also for this hero section, make the overflow default. So let's go to the JFD website, and in here, if you scroll down all the way to the end, you'll find this body overflow X hidden. Copy this few lines of CSS and go back to the page builder, and from here click on this grid icon and search HTML, and you will have this HTML widget here. Then scroll down and just add this HTML widget inside this box. Now in this HTML code field, paste your code. So we're adding the code this way because this code is for the whole body, not just for an element or just for a section. It's working for the whole body of this website. Alright. So if now we go to the tablet mode, now you can see no scroll bar is there on the tablet and in the mobile screen. So that's how simple it is. But on the desktop mode, if you notice, we are having a second scroll bar, this time the vertical scroll bar alongside this main scroll bar, right? So this is because our page border, this spacer, is bigger than our full pages. Like, we didn't make our full page, but we made this border very long. So for that reason, this second scroll bar is being added. So for now, I'm gonna select this page border, and I'm gonna hide this page border only for now. Once we have added enough sections and our full page is enough long, we'll turn it on back again, so the vertical scroll bar will not bother us throughout the making process. Okay, so for now, let's forget the page border we have. Later, we'll just simply turn it on. So overall, creating this banner area was quite tricky, but it's worth the effort because at the end of the day, this will look gorgeous. Alright, now I'm gonna move to making our next section, which will be our client section. And for now, we're having this HTML widgets container. It's automatically added the container after adding this HTML. So I'm just gonna rename this custom CSS, so you can differentiate the main sections and this custom sections container. Alright, so from the widgets, let's take a container in, and let's rename this container client section. Then I'm just gonna drag this custom CSS container all the way to the end, so it stays on the end and our main section stays on the top. Now I'm gonna make this full width and direction row, then align items center. Then I'm gonna align this padding, and on the top 124 pixel, and on the bottom 105 pixel. Also in the layout, let's keep the gap 0. And now we can notice one thing, that the scrolling slide is also affecting this section like this. So we can select this section, and under the advanced tab, if we make this z index higher than the spacer, it will be on the top again. Now inside this, I want to add another container, and I'm gonna make this full width, then width 20%, then direction column, and in the advanced tab I'm gonna make the padding 0, and inside this I'm gonna add an image widget, and let's click on the choose image, and from here first I'm gonna select this image, and inside this container we want multiple of these images as our clients or brands. So I'm gonna close this container and duplicate this until we have 5 of them. Now I'm gonna start to change the images for each one. For the second one, I'm gonna select this one, then the third one, this one, and we have the fourth one. Select this one, and finally the last one. Select this image, and all brands logo will be added in the section. And now if we show this page border section now by clicking on this eye icon, now you see we're not having the second horizontal or the vertical scroll bar because we have added enough section and our home page is enough long to handle this border. Okay, now we have made our client section. Let's check the responsiveness of it. First on the tablet mode, Okay, first of all, on the tablet mode, I'm gonna select this main section, client section. Then I'm gonna make its padding 60 on the top and 60 on the bottom. Then I'm gonna select this container inside, and I'm gonna make this padding 20 on the right and 20 pixels on the left. So by adding this a little bit padding, this container actually made the image inside a little bit smaller. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna right click on this container, copy it, and I'm gonna paste the style on the other containers, and it will be the same style as the first container, and all the image will be perfectly fitted here. Now let's check the mobile version. In here everything is good, but we have to add some space on the bottom of each of the items. So I'm gonna select this container and unlink the margin, and on the bottom I'm just gonna put 50 pixel margin, and it will leave some space on the bottom. And then I'm gonna select and copy this container, and I'll do the same, paste the style on every container. But don't paste the style or make the last container margin bottom, because we don't need the space on the bottom. Okay, so our client section is perfectly ready for the responsive and for the desktop mode. Now we're gonna be making our next section. So let's close this client section to be organized, and I'm gonna add a new container. Then I'm gonna rename this container about section BG. That's mean about section's background. So we're taking a separate section for making our about section background. So you'll see this practically in few moments. So let's start. First of all, I'm gonna make it full width. Then under the width, select this pixel, and here type 1400 pixel. Then on the mean height, I'm gonna make it 512 pixel. Then let's make the direction column, and under this style tab, in the background, we're gonna select an image as the background of this section. And in here, I'm gonna select this image. Take a look at the name. Let's select. Then I'm gonna make this image position center left, then repeat, no repeat, and display size cover. Then here I'm gonna make this padding 0, and of course the Z index 11, so it will be over the scrolling slide effect. And then after this about section BG, I'm gonna add another container here, and I'm gonna rename it about section. So this is gonna be our main about section, and let's work on it. First of all, let's make it full width, and width let's make it 100%. Then direction column and justify content center, gaps 0. And then on the style tab, I'm gonna add a background color on this. In here I'm gonna type FFF to get the fully white color. Now under the advanced tab, I'm gonna unlink the margin, and on the top I'm gonna type -300 pixel, and it will bring this about section up on this about section BG. So this minus margin is helping to pull up the section from the top. Then let's make paddings 0, and we have the Z index. We're gonna make it 12, so it will be over the section again. And now from the style tab, I'm gonna remove this background color on here, because I just wanted to show you the work of the minus margin 300 pixel and work of the Z index. So we'll not use the background here. We're gonna be using the background inside this on the other containers. So I'm gonna add a new container. I'm gonna make this width 1150 pixel. Then I'm gonna make this gap 0. And now in the style tab, in this container, we're gonna be adding our background color. So FFF to make it fully white. Then under the advanced tab on the padding, first of all on the top 100 pixel, then on the right 150 pixel, and bottom 100 pixel, and on the left 150 pixel. So as you can see, this container is not centered at all. So there is two ways to center it simply. One is use this self align on this container itself, like if we make it center, it will be centered. And another way is to select this about section container, and from the layout make this align items center, and it will center its child div, which is this container on the center. Okay, so I actually prefer this one, using the parent container to control the child container. So I'm gonna keep it like this. And now let's focus on this container and inside this box. So I'm gonna add a new container and I'm gonna rename it contents. Then I'm gonna make this contents gap 0, and under the advanced tab I'm gonna make the margin 20 pixels on the bottom and padding 0, and inside this I'm gonna add a heading like this. Now let's change the heading. I'm just gonna type about us and I'm gonna use a dot after. Now let's go to the style tab, and here I'm gonna make the color 0C 0C 0C, and also in the typography we have to make it pop-ins, then 50 pixel, then 700, and line height 1.2 em, and letter spacing -2.8. But don't you think these are being so repetitive? Like in our site, almost every text is having this black color and this pop-ins typography, and each time we are having to put the repetitive color and the typography. So is there any trick or shortcut to prevent this? I say yes. First of all, I'm gonna update this whole thing so it saves the changes we have made. Then I'm gonna click on this hamburger icon on the top left corner. Then from here I'm gonna click on this site settings. In here so many options will appear, but don't worry, we'll just use 1 or 2 options. So first I'm gonna go to this global colors, and as you can see we are having some system color like primary, secondary, text, and accent. For the primary it's by default blue, and for the accent it's green. So on the primary, first of all I'm gonna make it the color we are using the most, that is 0C, 0C, and 0C. So we made it our primary color. Then secondary color, we're gonna make it fully white, FFF. Then text color, we have used it many times, which is 444 444. Then on the accent color, we can make it 0C 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 because it is rare to use the accent color. And now we filled up all the system colors, but we want more color option here. So under the custom colors here, we can click on this add color button, and it will add a color. We can rename this color like light, and in the light I'm gonna make it E6 E6 E6. It will be light gray type of color. And then I'm gonna add another color. Here I'm gonna type transparent, and I'm gonna make this color transparent. Alright, now I'm gonna update this, and I'm gonna go back by clicking on this back button. Now we're gonna go to this global fonts. Then here in the primary, we're gonna make it the font we are using the most, the pop-ins, and then this weight I'm gonna make it 700. Then I'm gonna close, and for the secondary I'm gonna keep it as it is. Now for the text is a common typography, so in here I'm gonna make the font Montserrat, and then for the accent color I'm gonna also make it Montserrat. And I'm gonna update, then I'm gonna go back. Now finally, under the settings here, we have this additional settings. If we click on it, I'm gonna open it on a new tab. So in this tab, it will basically take us to the dashboard, and in the dashboard, we are in the Elementor's settings. From here, first of all, I'm gonna click on this features, and if you scroll down a little bit, you will find this nested element, make it active. Then scroll down all the way and click save changes. Then I'm gonna click on this advanced. From here we have this enable unfiltered file uploads. From here I'm gonna make it enable and save changes. So basically what we did here, we have enabled this option to allow the SVG and JSON file in our project. And in the feature we have turned on this nested element. This is a nice feature in the Elementor. With this you can do many advanced layouting. We're gonna be needing this on the next step in our website. So we are done here, and I'm gonna close this tab and go back to the Elementor. So right now all the things we did on the global settings and on the dashboard, I recommend you to do these things before you start to make all this section and elements. But I'm showing you this now because I wanted to make you face this problem, then teach you how to fix this problem. So this is more efficient way to learn these things. Alright? So now I'm gonna close this site settings. So we were in the about section making our sections heading, this one. So now the question is, after doing all the global settings, what do we get? So let's say we don't have this text and we're adding this text for the first time. Let's add the heading and let's change it about us. And now in the style, you see it's already the color, the primary color we have set in the global color. We didn't have to type all the codes again, and of course in the typography it's Poppins because we set the Poppins as a primary color, so the things aren't repetitive now. And now we just have to set the sizes and line height and letter spacing. So size, it was 50 pixel and it was bold 700, and line height was 1.2 em. Then letter spacing was minus 2.8 pixel, and in the margin it was 12 pixel. Now after this heading, we're gonna add a divider widget, and we're not gonna style this divider again because we have so many dividers over there. We can just copy and paste. So I'm gonna select this divider. I'm just gonna copy and paste the style here to achieve the whole style on that divider. And only thing I'm gonna do is decrease the margin from the bottom, so 0, and I'm gonna make it 50 pixel. Then here we have z index. I'm gonna make it 9. Then after this, I'm gonna add a text editor here and change the text, and I just paste it because no way we should type this big text. Now I'm gonna go to styles, and here you see we don't have to put the color again and again. So in the typography we have to just make it the font size, and let's make this font weight 500 and line height 19 pixel, then spacing minus 0.5, and it's gonna be like this. Then after this, I'm gonna add a button, and actually this is the first button we're having in our website. So I'm gonna rename this read more. Then inside this link, I'm gonna click on this dynamic tag first. Then you will find this internal URL. I'm gonna tell you what it does later. For now, just keep it. And under this style, in the typography, I'm gonna make the text size 16, then line height 1.4 em, then letter spacing minus 0.8. Then we have this, then we have text color. We can click on here and select this secondary, which is fully white, and it will be secondary color. Then we have buttons background color. We're gonna keep it our primary color, or we can keep it accent color, the same thing. Now we have this border radius. I'm gonna make it 0. Then we have the padding inside the style tab only for buttons. So in here I'm gonna unlink first, and I'm gonna type 20, 87, 20, and 28 pixel. And the buttons shape will be like this. On the right, we're leaving so much space because we'll be adding some custom stuff here. So let's go to the JFD website and go all the way to the top. And after this hero banner heading CSS, we have copied it before. You'll find this button object CSS. From here, just copy the code. And in here, under the advanced tab of this button, paste the code inside the CSS. And now inside this button, if you notice, we're having a styled border or line over like this. On hover, it expands and show a nice animation like this. And it looks cool. And we can do one thing, select this text editor, and under the advanced, you can leave some space like 30 pixels on the bottom, and the button will be pushed down a little bit, and it will look perfect. And one thing in the about section BG, which is holding the background for the about section, in here we have choose this image, but I feel like we have to choose this image because this is more suitable for that. And yeah, it looks good. It's more friendlier to this about section, so let's give it this. Now our about section is done on the desktop mode. Now let's check on the tablet mode. Alright, first of all, I'm gonna select this about section. Then in the advanced, I'm gonna make the padding 30 on the right and 30 on the left. Then select this container inside, and first of all, from the layout, make it 100%. And then under the advanced tab, I'm gonna make the padding 60, 90, 60, and 90 pixel. Then I'm gonna select this heading, and under this style, let's make the size smaller a bit, 45 pixel, and on this text I'm gonna make it 14 pixel. Alright, now it's perfect on the tablet mode. Now let's check the mobile mode. In here we have to work. First of all, select the About section, and under the Advanced tab I'm gonna make the top minus 430 pixel to pull it up more. Then inside this container I'm gonna unlink the padding, make it 0, then I'm gonna make all the sides 30 pixel, and then I'm gonna select this heading and change the text to 35 pixel. And in the mobile mode everything will be perfect very easily. Alright, now we can say we're done with our About Us section. And if you're wondering about movement of this thing here, it's actually coming from the custom CSS widget. This, first of all, let's close all the things, all the containers, so it will look clean, and drag this all the way to the down, and it will be on the bottom. And also if we close the panel on the preview mode, that widget won't show up anywhere. It's gone because that's not a design element, that was a functional element, so it won't show up in the front end website, so it's good. Now let's move to our next section, which is our services section. So let's take a container from the widgets and let's rename this services section, and let's drag this custom CSS down. And now I'm gonna make this full width and direction row, then gaps 0. Then in the style tab I'm gonna choose an image as a background of this section. I'm gonna select this image, it's called vector1.png, and then I'm gonna click on this position and make it custom first. Then we'll have this X position and Y position. On the X position I'm gonna make it, first of all, select this percentage and then 120%. Then on the Y position let's keep it 0, and repeat, let's make it no repeat. Right now we cannot see the full image because this section's height is not full. Now under the Advanced tab I'm gonna make the margin 160 pixel on the top and padding 0. Then inside this I'm gonna add a new container, and I'm gonna rename this call 1. Then I'm gonna make it full width and 36% of width. Then direction column, align items end, gaps 0. Then under the Advanced tab I'm gonna make the margin 90 on the right and 30 on the left. Then inside this I want an image, drag an image widget, then choose the image. I'm gonna select this one. Then here I'm gonna make the margin all 0, and on the bottom 20 pixel. And here I'm gonna add 20 pixel margin on the bottom. Then after this image I want to add a container, so drag this container like this. Then I'm gonna rename this container contents. Then I'm gonna make this full width. Then under the Advanced I'm gonna make the margin 20 pixel on the bottom and padding 0. Then inside this container I want to add a heading. Now let's change the heading. I'm just pasting my text. Then under this style tab I'm gonna make the alignment to the right. Then color we have it. Then typography I'm gonna make it 30 pixel. Then line height 1.4. Then later spacing -1 pixel. Then after this I want to add a text editor, and let's change the text. I'm gonna paste it, and also this alignment, let's make it right. And typography I'm gonna make it 15 pixel. Then weight 500. Then under this style tab I'm gonna make the margin 50 pixel on the bottom, and I'm gonna turn on this custom width on, and inside this custom width select pixel and make it 276 pixel. Then finally I'm gonna use this align cell. I'm gonna select end to make this text place to the end or the right. Then after this contents container I'm gonna add an image widget, and make sure this image is outside of this container, not inside this container. So right now it's inside this contents container. I'm gonna drag it up like this and close this, and as you can see 2 images is at the same spot, but I'm gonna drag it down this image and place it here after this contents, so it will be like this. And Now let's change the image. I'm gonna select this image. Then under the advanced tab of the image, I'm gonna make the margin 20 pixel on the bottom. Then after this image, I'm gonna also add a contents exactly like this. So instead of making it from the scratch, I'm gonna select this and copy, or we can just duplicate this right here and we can place it after the last image. And now we only have to change the text here. So this one, I'm gonna paste my text, then this, paste the text, and only here I'm gonna go to the advanced tab, and instead of this width, I'm gonna increase this a little bit. Let's make it 415 pixel, then padding 0, and also the margin 0, because we don't need any space after this text. And one thing we can see, there is something wrong with this heading text. So I'm gonna select this text, and under this style, let's open this typography, and yeah, here in the line height, instead of this 1.4 pixel, we have to choose the EM, and let's copy this and paste the style on this heading, and it will be normal. And we're done with this call 1. Now I'm gonna click add new container after this call 1, and I'm gonna rename this call 2. Then on the call 2, I'm gonna make this 36 pixel, then direction column and padding 0. Also in the style tab for this one, I'm gonna open this background overlay. Using the background overlay, you can also choose any image as a background. So let's choose the image. I'm gonna select this image. It's called something like this. Select, and I'm gonna scroll down a little bit, and we see here we have this opacity option. In here I'm gonna make it 1, and this image will be fully visible. Then we're done with the second container here, and now I'm gonna add the third container, and I'm gonna rename this call 3. Then first of all, let's make this direction vertical or column, and justify content, select end, and here I'm gonna make it 28%, and then direction column and justify content, select end. Then here I'm gonna make the padding 30 on the right and 30 on the left. Then inside this call 3, I'm gonna go to widgets and add a new container, and let me just drag this navigator over there so we can focus on here. And I'm gonna rename this container contents. Then first of all, I'm gonna make this full width, and I'm gonna make this gap 0, then in the margin 0 and padding 0. Then I'm gonna make this position absolute, then vertical offset, I'm gonna make it 220 pixel, then z index 9, and I'm gonna scroll down a little bit, and we have this transform drop down. I'm gonna open this. Then inside we have this rotate option. Let's click on it, and here I'm gonna type 90, and this container or the contents container will be rotated to 90 degree like this. So basically, using this rotate option, you can rotate the element to any direction you want, like this. I'm just gonna make this 90 degree. Then inside this contents, I'm gonna add a container. Then I'm gonna make the gap 0, padding 0. Then inside this container, I wanna add a heading, and let's change the heading. I'm gonna paste my text. Then under this style tab, I'm gonna make this alignment to the left, and in the typography, I'm gonna make the font size 50 pixel and line height, select EM and 1.2. The later spacing minus 3 pixel, and then margin 10 pixel on the bottom. Then after this, I want to add a divider, so I'm just gonna do the same. I'm gonna copy this divider and paste it here, and only from the advanced tab I'm going to remove the margin, and it will become like this. Now inside this call 3 container, I'm going to add another contents. So this is content 1, this is content 2, and this will be content number 3. This content is little bit different. This is like a heading, and here I'm going to add contents. So let's close this contents. After this, I'm going to right click and add a new container, and this container will be added here. And I'm gonna rename this contents. We're just renaming these contents because inside contents we're just keeping the text, okay? Then inside this contents, I'm gonna copy this text and paste it, and copy this text editor and paste. Also I'm gonna of course change the text, paste, and also this. Pasted my text, and now grab this heading and we're gonna make it left. Also this text editor, we're gonna make it left, and everything should be good. And one thing I want to do is I'm gonna select this text editor and I'm gonna make it actually the primary color, and it will be a little bit bolder. Also for every item, just making this a little bit darker or bolder so it looks good. And now our services section is looking perfect on the desktop mode. Let's take a look, and we can see here with this image we have to work a little bit. Let's select this section, this call to, and here we have this overlay image. In here just we're gonna make this center and display size cover, and now if we check, the issue is solved and this section, this service section, is looking perfect. Now it's time for the big challenge to make this section responsive. So let's turn on the responsive mode. Okay, so let's start with the tablet mode. In here we have some work here. First of all, I'm gonna select this main container services section. Then I'm gonna make the wrap. Then under the advanced tab, I'm gonna unlink the margin, and on the top I'm gonna type 100 pixel, and padding I'm gonna make 30 pixel on the right and 30 pixel on the left. Now let's close all these call containers so we have a clear view. So here first of all I'm gonna select this call tree. Then under the layout I'm gonna make it 100% width, so it will take the 100% width of this section. Then I'm gonna go to advanced tab and I'm gonna make the padding 30 pixel on the bottom. Then we're gonna use this order option to order this section on the top. So I'm gonna click on the start and it will take it to the top. Then inside this call tree I'm gonna select this text, and under the advanced tab and under the responsive drop down I'm gonna hide it on the tablet and mobile. Okay, also this one, this rotated text, I'm gonna hide it on the tablet and mobile mode. So inside this call tree we had two contents container, one is this and one is this, and now I'm gonna add another contents, but this time this is for specifically for the tablet mode and mobile mode. So I'm gonna select this content, which is this first one. I'm gonna right click and duplicate this, and we're gonna have the same contents container with the same text. Now I'm gonna go to advanced tab, and under the margin I'm gonna turn off this hide on tablet and hide on mobile for this new contents. Now it's visible. And now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make this text or make this container normal instead of this rotated state. Okay, so first of all we have to open this transform, and here in the rotate I'm gonna click on this back to default and it will be straight. Then I'm gonna open the layout drop down, and in here instead of the position absolute I'm gonna make it default and it will be normal text again. Then I'm gonna select this divider. Then here also I'm gonna turn off this hide on mobile and tablet, so it will be appear again. So if I close the panel, basically it will look like this, which will be our main heading for this service section. Alright, and also we can see this text editor is not hidden in the tablet mode. So instead of hiding it one by one selecting the text, just select this whole container, this third container under the call tree, and in the responsive just hide it on the tablet and mobile, and all will be hidden like this. Okay, now let's work on the call 1 and call 2 section. First of all, let's grab the call 1, and here I'm gonna make this 50%, and then padding I'm gonna first unlink this, and on the right I'm gonna add 50 pixel of padding. Then I'm gonna select this text or heading, and under the style tab I'm gonna make it left using the alignment. Then under the call 1 we have this contents, this container, and I'm gonna grab this heading inside this contents. First of all I'm gonna use this alignment to make it to the left, and I'm gonna open the typography, and in here I'm gonna just decrease the font size. I made it 24. Then let's grab this text editor, and similarly I'm gonna make it left, and also the typography, let's make it 14 pixel, and after using the alignment it fully not on the left. So if you remember in the advanced tab we have used this align cell to the end, I'm gonna just make it start and it will be fully to the left. Then I'm gonna copy this and paste the style to the other ones. Copy and paste the style and it will be all good here. But I'm gonna select this text editor, and in the advanced tab I'm gonna just remove this 50 pixel margin from the bottom, also for this one, so that's better. Now currently it's looking like this. Although we have fitted this nicely, but one thing is missing here. That is, we have this text number 1, text number 2, and we don't have the text number 3 because we just did hide it in the tablet mode like this. So we want this text number 3 on this column or this part. So this is the call to. So we're gonna do a simple trick here. So currently in the call to, this image is a background which is in the style tab and in the background overlay, right? So on the tablet mode, we're gonna make this opacity first of all 0 to completely hide this background image. Then inside we're gonna add an image widget, and inside this image widget I'm gonna select the exact image we were using in the background overlay. So that was this one. So I'm gonna select this one. You can note the image name. Alright, select, and the image will be loaded here. And in the image, only thing we have to do is under the advanced tab, in the responsive, we have to hide this on the desktop mode, because in the desktop mode we are already having the background image, right? So now after this, we want the text number 3. So I'm just gonna copy one contents like this and paste it after this image. And only what we have to do is change the content. I'm gonna paste my text, also this text editor. Alright, perfect. But I'm gonna select this contents, and under the advanced tab, I'm gonna keep it only on the tablet and mobile. I'm gonna hide it on the desktop. Also, one more thing we have to hide on the desktop is this one, this our service. So inside this content, notice this middle content, it will be hidden on the desktop mode. In the responsive, hide on the desktop, and let's confirm if anything is left on the desktop. And if we check this, nothing is left, it's all good. And also in the tablet mode, we are perfect with the services. Now it's time to check the mobile mode. In here, this time this will be simpler to fix. So let's open the panel and let's select the call containers. First of all, this call 1, and under the advanced tab, I'm gonna remove the padding. Then let's select the main services section container, and here on the padding, instead of the 30 on the right and 30 on the left, I'm gonna add 20 on the right and 20 on the left. And also we can grab this text and we can make it smaller, like 35. And it will be perfect on the mobile mode. So can you believe we just made this complex section 100% responsive on the tablet mode and on the mobile mode. Alright, now let's exit the responsive mode. And finally we are done with this section and it's perfect. Now time to move to the next section. Alright, so now we are gonna make our portfolio section. So let's take a new container and I'm gonna rename this portfolio section, and then of course I'm gonna drag this custom CSS all the way to the end and select this portfolio section, and let's make this direction column and gap 0, and I'm gonna make this wrap. Then under the advanced tab, I'm gonna make this padding. On the top, I'm gonna put 300 pixel of padding, and it will leave a lot of space on the top of the section. Then inside this, I'm gonna add a new container and I'm gonna rename this container top area. Then I'm gonna make this 1400 of width, then direction row, and I'm gonna make the padding 0. Then inside this top area, I'm gonna add 2 containers. So let's add our first one, and I'm gonna make it full width, and I'm gonna put the width 60%. And then under advanced tab, I'm gonna unlink the padding and add 30 pixel padding on the left. And one thing in the layout, I'm gonna unlink the gaps also. And on the column, I'm gonna keep 20, and on the row, I'm gonna keep 0. Then inside this container, I'm gonna add a heading. Actually, this text is gonna be our section heading or the main heading of our section. Since we already have this heading on our about section, so I'm not gonna recreate that. So I'm just gonna copy this, and instead of this, let's just delete this. I'm gonna paste that one, and also the divider, copy and paste. And we're gonna do some little bit editing here. First of all, the text, I'm gonna type portfolio gallery, and on the margin I'm gonna make it 10 pixel margin, and I'm gonna select this divider, and under the advanced tab we can see we have a lot of margin on the bottom. I'm gonna just make it 0, and it will be ready to go. Then after this container inside top area, this is the one, and I'm gonna add another one on the right side, and I'm gonna make this one 40%. Then under here I'm gonna add the margin 10, 30, 10 and 10 pixel. Then inside this container I'm gonna add a button. So since we already have our button here, I'm just gonna copy this and paste it here, and only change the text. I'm gonna type view all, and then just on the style tab I'm gonna make it align right. And our top area will be ready inside this portfolio section. And one thing in the portfolio sections container, I'm gonna go to layout, and instead of box I'm gonna make this full width, and it will be wider, and it's looking better of course. Now after this top area we're gonna add our main area. So I'm gonna right click and add a new container. It will add a new container after this, and I'm gonna rename this area gallery area. Then on this gallery area I'm gonna make the padding 0. Then inside this I'm gonna add a widget. I'm gonna search tab, and these tabs will come up. I'm gonna take this, and now we are having a basic tab. And if you are not familiar with the tabs, the tab is a system that can show different contents one by one using these filter buttons. So I'm gonna show you a very basic example. So this is our filter buttons, these 3, and this is our content area. Okay, so for example in this content area I'm gonna add a heading widget. So I'm gonna change the title to content 1 for example, and on the tab 2 I'm gonna add another heading, and I'm gonna rename this content 2, and on the content 3 obviously it's content 3. I'm gonna rename this content 3. So here if you notice here, when I select the tab 1 the content 1 shows up. When I select the tab 2 then we see content 2, and by clicking tab 3 we see the content 3. So this is how the tabs basically works. So I'm just gonna undo everything, and I'm gonna make all the tabs content empty, and now we have the fresh tabs. So currently we're having 3 tabs, 1 2 3, but I want to add more tabs. So let's click on this add tab. This is tab 4 and this is tab 5. So basically we're gonna have 5 tabs. And now let's change the text. For the first one I'm gonna type all, then the second one I'm gonna make it decoration, and then third one I'm gonna make it interior, then fourth one kitchen, and the last one uncategorized. Alright, now after this I'm gonna make this justify center and align title start. Then I'm gonna go to the style tab, and under these tabs we have this gap between tabs. I'm gonna make it 48. Then here we have the background type. I'm gonna choose classic, and in the background color I'm gonna make it transparent. So right now it's transparent, but don't worry, once we edit our title color it will be visible again. For now on this hover we also can see we are having this primary color. I'm gonna also make it transparent, and in the active this one also transparent. So basically it's having no hover effect now. Then I'm gonna make this padding 0, and now I'm gonna open this title drop down. In here I'm gonna make this color primary, and now you can see we're having the text without the background color. And also in the hover I'm gonna make the same color, and on the active this time, first of all I'm gonna make this primary, and we have the stroke option. I'm gonna click here, and I'm gonna add 1 pixel of stroke, so whatever item will be active it will be bolder like this. And also we have the typography for this title. In here I'm gonna make the font size 16 pixel, then font weight 500, then transform uppercase. Then I'm gonna open this content drop down. In here I'm gonna make it padding 0. Then I'm gonna go to the advanced tab of this tabs widget, and I'm gonna unlink the margin and add 65 pixel on the top, and we will have a nice filter buttons area for our tabs. Now basically inside these tabs we are having 5 single tab. So I'm gonna select this first tab, and under the advanced tab I'm gonna make this padding 0. Then this is that tab 1 container, and inside this I'm gonna add a container, and I'm gonna rename this container tab inner. Then I'm gonna make it full width and direction row, then gaps 0, and I'm gonna make this wrap, and under the advanced tab let's make the padding 50 pixel on the top. Then inside this I'm gonna add another container, and I'm gonna rename this container item. Then I'm gonna make it full width, and I'm gonna make the width 20%. Then on this mean height I'm gonna make the height 505 pixel, and I'm gonna make the direction column and gaps 0. Then for this item under this style tab I'm gonna add an image as a background. So I'm gonna select this image. Then I'm gonna make the position center left and display size cover. And for the first time we're gonna add a hover effect for the background image. So under the background here we have normal and hover. Click on this hover. In here I'm gonna select classic and choose the image. We're gonna have to choose the same image we have to choose for the item, and in this position instead of the center left I'm gonna make it bottom left. And now if I hover on this image it gives us a nice hover effect, but in this transition I'm gonna make the animation very slow, like I'm gonna make it 1 second, and if we hover then the animation will look like this, very smooth. Then I'm gonna go to advanced tab and make the padding 0, and now I'm gonna add a little bit of custom CSS, and I'm gonna tell the reason. So let's go to the JFD website, and after this button object CSS we have used, you'll find this gallery item CSS. From here just copy all these and paste it here. And now let's keep working in this container, and you'll see the usage of this code at the perfect moment. Okay, so now I'm gonna add a container inside this item, and I'm gonna rename this container contents because we're gonna keep some text in here. Then I'm gonna make the width 560 pixel, and I'm gonna make the height 102. Then justify content center, then gaps 0. Then under the style tab I'm gonna make the background type, and in the color I'm gonna type 6 zeros, 1 2 3 4 5 6, and then E6, and it will give us a semi-transparent color. Then on the hover I'm gonna make this background color fully white, so FFF. So on the hover it will look like this. Then I'm gonna go to the advanced tab, and in the margin I'm gonna make the left margin minus 40 pixel. Then I'm gonna make the padding 20, 10, 20, and 30 pixel. Then I'm gonna make the position absolute. Then I'm gonna make the vertical orientation bottom, and I'm gonna make the offset 108. And now we're gonna add a simple CSS code in here. So let's go back to the JFD website, and after this gallery item CSS you'll find this gallery content CSS. So let's just copy the code, and in here I'm gonna just paste the code. And after pasting the code, this contents will be rotated like this and position itself like this. Then I'm gonna go back to JFD website and scroll down a little bit, and here you'll find this gallery CSS classes. From here just copy this first class name, which is box-1, then go back and in the CSS classes paste the class name, and after pasting it the contents item will be gone. But if we hover over this item container, then the contents container showing up. So inside this item we have added this little CSS code. So this code is the reason for this hover effect. When you hover on this item container, this contents container is showing up. Alright, and inside this contents, the CSS we have added, this is the reason for alignment and rotation of this container. Alright, so that's simple. Now inside this container, I'm gonna add some texts. So for now, I'm gonna remove this class name because we're gonna be work inside this container. So from the widgets, I'm gonna search icon list and I'm gonna drag and drop. And inside this, I'm gonna delete all the items except the first one. And from here, I'm gonna remove the icon. Then here, I'm gonna type interior. Then I'm gonna add another item. And here, I'm gonna type kitchen. And now we're gonna select an icon from icon library. Here, I'm gonna search circle. And you will find this circle icon. I'm gonna insert this. Alright, now let's close this. And also this layout, I'm gonna make it inline to align the text together in line. Now let's go to the style tab. First of all, I'm gonna make this space between 8 pixel, and let's open the icon drop down. Inside this, I'm gonna make the icon color FFF, and icon size, I'm gonna make it 3 pixel. Then gap, let's make it 5 pixel. And now let's open this text drop down. First of all, let's change the typography. I'm gonna make the size 16 pixel, then font weight 500, and line height, select EM and 1.4 EM. Then I'm gonna go under the advanced tab and I'm gonna make the margin 5 pixel on the bottom. So currently what's the problem is, if we hover on this container, which is this white, by the white background, this white text is being hidden. So for that, we have a simple solution. In this site, you'll find this item-1 class name. Just copy it and paste it in the CSS class of this icon list. And now if we hover on this, the text is changing its color to black color. Alright, now this is giving this hover effect. Now after this icon list, I'm gonna add a heading widget like this, and let's change the heading to this, and let's go to style and let's make the color FFF. Then typography, let's make it 20 pixel and font weight 600. Then word spacing, I'm gonna make it -1 pixel. Then I'm gonna go to the advanced tab. Here I'm gonna add a class name, which is this item2. Copy it and paste the class. And this text will also react to the hover effect. Great. Now after this contents container, I'm gonna add another container inside this item. So I'm gonna right click and add a new container. I'm gonna rename this container view. Then I'm gonna make its width 102 pixel. Then min height also 102 pixel. Then justify content center and gaps 0. Then in the style tab, background color, I'm gonna make the same as this one. So 6 zeros, 1 2 3 5 4 6 and E6. Now under the advanced tab, I'm gonna make the margin 0 and padding 0. Then I'm gonna turn on this position absolute, and I'm gonna make the horizontal orientation 69 pixel, and it will be perfectly aligned with this first container. Now inside this, I'm gonna add an icon widget. So let's drag and drop here. And inside this, for an icon, I'm gonna be using this upload SVG file in here. Currently, we are not having any SVG file. So if we open our images folder in here, you can see we are having 1 and 2 different files than these images. These are actually SVG files. So I'm gonna drag and drop these 2 here. Actually, we have to drag and drop one by one. So we have one, then this is the second one. And from here, I'm gonna select this plus icon and insert media. And the icon will be added, but it's currently dark color, so we cannot see this. So let's select this view. And under this style tab, we forget to add the hover effect. So as a background hover, I'm gonna make it white. And on the hover, it's gonna be like this. Now, let's select this icon widget, and under the style tab, first of all I'm gonna make this primary color to white. Then icon size, I'm gonna make it 25 pixel. Then under the advanced tab, I'm gonna make the margin -6 on the bottom. Then on the padding, I'm gonna make it 38, 20, 38, and 20 pixel. And lastly here, I'm gonna add a class name. So from here, copy this icon class, or you can just type this and paste it. But on the hover, we cannot see the icon because on the view container, we have to add a custom CSS. In here, we have this gallery view CSS. Copy this and just paste it. And now when you hover this icon is giving a rotation effect, which is looking really cool. Alright, so overall this item is looking like this, but initially we have to hide this container and this container. So on the view, I'm gonna add this box2 class name here, and it will be removed, but on the hover it will be shown. And also this container, in here we have to put the box1 class name, and it will be hidden again, but on the hover this two will be shown very nicely. So now we are having this item inside our tab, and now I want to duplicate this to make it multiple items. So duplicate 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'm gonna make it 5 items. And here only we have to change the images from here, or background images. So for the second one, let's choose another image. I'm gonna choose this image for the second one. You can look at the name and select, and this will be here. And here if you notice one thing, initially it's staying this second image, but on hover it's being the first image on the first item. Because the reason is obvious, we kept the first image in the hover of the second item also. So from here I'm gonna choose the image again, and we have to choose the same image, which is this one. Select, and in the position on the hover, I'm gonna make it center right to make it a little bit different animation. And also in the transition, I'm gonna make it 10 to make it really slow. Alright, and it will become like this. Now let's work on the third one. In the style, images, here we have this image. Let's select this, and also in the hover, select this. And for this one's animation, I'm gonna make this position to center right, and it will have this animation. And then we have the fourth one. Let's change the image first. Let's select this image for this, and also in the hover, select the same one, and I'm gonna make it center right. And we got the last one. I'm gonna select this one, and on the hover, this one as well. And on the hover position, let's make it center right. And also let's make the transition a little bit slower, 10 pixel, and it will give a smooth, soothing animation. So currently our tab section is looking like this, which is pretty amazing. The interaction with this section feels like it's alive. And also, of course, you can change the text and contents inside this, but it will take time, so I'm gonna just keep it like this. And now let's go back. Until now we were doing this work only for the tab 1, and we have 4 more items left. For example, this decoration, this interior, kitchen, and uncategorized. Everything is empty, and in the all we have everything. So let's start with this decoration. We're gonna add items, but this time obviously we're not gonna make the contents from scratch because we already made this. So from the tab 1, I'm gonna copy this tab inner container, copy, and in the decoration simply just paste that, and you will have the same things. But for the tab 2, which is decoration, we're not gonna keep all this. Inside this, I'm gonna delete some items and keep these 3 items for decoration filter. And now same thing for the interior. I'm just gonna paste, and from here I'm gonna only keep the few items. Then let's keep 2 items, and then we have this kitchen, paste, and inside this tab 4 it's coming like a boxed, because we have added this tab 4 and tab 5 later after this tab 1, 2 and 3. So on this tab 4 it's content width boxed, but we have to make this full width to gain the full space of this section. Alright, and of course inside the tab inner I'm gonna delete some items. I'm gonna keep this 2, and inside this tab 5 also we have to make this full width, and click on this uncategorized filter button to show up this, and in here paste, and in here we're gonna keep just 1 item. Okay, so now if we check our tabs, so first of all let's start with the all. In the all filter button every item is there, and in the decoration you have 3 of them, and interior you have 2, in the kitchen you have 2, and in the uncategorized you have 1 item. So that's how the tab works. So our portfolio gallery section is looking perfect, but now it's time to check its responsiveness. So let's turn it on. So let's check the tablet mode first. Currently it's looking like this in the tablet mode, but we're gonna change it. So first of all I'm gonna select each items, and from here, before it was 20%, but in the tablet I'm gonna make it 50%, and I'm gonna do the same for the other items. So select this second one, and here 50%, then the third item make it 50%, then we have fourth percentage and 50%, then we got the last one and 50%, and everything will be wrapped like this. So basically after making these item 50%, these item occupied more space in the section than before it was occupying with the 20% of width. Alright, so in the tablet mode actually everything looks perfect, but here we can see one thing we didn't do is in this top area container we had to use this align item center to make everything vertically centered like this. But no worries, we can just change this anytime we want. So on the desktop mode, let's make it center. Perfect. So in the tablet mode, everything is perfect. Now let's check in the mobile mode. In here, first of all, we have to work on this header or heading text. So let's select this top area, and first of all, I'm gonna make the padding and margin all 0. Then I'm gonna select this first container under the top area, and inside this padding I'm gonna make it 0, and on the left I'm gonna unlink this, and on the left I'm gonna make it 20 pixel. Then I'm gonna select this button, and under this tile tab I'm gonna make it left, and also we cannot see this divider after this heading because we have hidden this in the tablet and mobile mode. I'm gonna turn it back and it will be good. Then I'm gonna select this buttons container, and on the margin I'm gonna make it 0, and on the left I'm gonna make it 20 pixel and padding 0, and now our heading will be perfect. Then the only thing we have here, currently the tab is showing very ugly way. Like this, but we're gonna grab this tabs widget, and here we have this additional settings. Inside we have this breakpoint, and in the breakpoint we can see in the mobile mode the tab is getting breaked. So instead of the mobile portrait here, I'm gonna select none, and all the filter button will be nicely fitted again. And if you want, you can select this tab, and under this tile tab, and we have this gap between the tabs. You can just control it to make it look good. I'm gonna make it 38 pixel, and also we have this distance from the content. we can control this, so I'm gonna keep it to 0. And overall in the mobile mode it's looking perfect. And now let's check. Okay, we have to fix this one, so grab this one, and under the layout we can see by default on the mobile the width is 100 pixel, but we're gonna make it back to 103 pixel and it will be perfect again. So I'm gonna copy this and paste the style to the other ones. Nice. And now we can say our gallery section is perfect on the mobile mode, tablet mode, and of course in the desktop mode. So our portfolio section is done. And we can say this is one of the trickiest section we have in our site, but look at it how good it looks. Totally worth it. Alright, now let's move on to our next section. So let's go ahead and add a new container. And let's close all the containers to make the navigator look clean. And I'm gonna rename this container counter section, and I'm gonna drag down the custom CSS container. And now in this counter section, let's make it full width and direction row gaps 0. Then in advanced padding 0. Then inside this counter I'm gonna add another container, and I'm gonna rename this item. I'm gonna make it full width and 20% width. Then direction column and justify content center. Then under this style tab I'm gonna turn on this border drop down. In here we get to set border to an element. So first of all let's choose the border type solid, and after selecting the solid, as you can see this container is having a border around it. But we have to edit this border. We don't want the border exactly like this. So first of all, after selecting this solid, this border width appeared. I'm gonna unlink this. Then only on the right, I'm gonna make it 1 pixel. And then we have border color. In the color, I'm gonna type E6, E6, E6. Or you can just choose this light color, which is also the code E6, E6. Now if we close this, you can kind of barely see this border, but we'll be able to see it later. So let's go to the advanced tab, and in the padding I'm gonna make 170 pixel on the top and 145 pixel on the bottom. And now inside this item I'm gonna add a widget. I'm gonna search counter and let's add this. So what this counter widget basically does is, here in the ending number you set a number, for example a random number 1 to 3, and it just count from 0 to this number. Or you can set the start number here like 100 and it will start counting from the 100. So I'm gonna make it 0. Then on the ending number I'm gonna make it 614. Then I'm gonna go to style tab, and directly I'm gonna open this number drop down. In here I'm gonna set the color, the primary color, and in the typography I'm gonna make the font size 50 pixel and the line height 1.15 em. Then I'm gonna open this title drop down. Then I'm gonna make its color to primary color, and also the typography I'm gonna make it Montserrat. Then 20 pixel and font weight 700. Then the line height 1.5 em. And by the way, we can also change this text under the main number. So in the content right here we have the text. I'm gonna change it to products. Right now we are having this basic counter. Then I'm gonna right click on this item and just duplicate, and I'm gonna make 5 items. And let's change the content now. Start with the second one. Here in the ending number should be 970, and this should be, also you can change it from here, anything. I'm gonna paste my text, happy customers, and then I'm gonna make the ending number 215. Then here I'm gonna paste the title. Then we have the fourth one, let's make it 719, and here I'm gonna make it reviews. Then the last one I'm gonna make it 367, and and I'm gonna change the title. Alright, now we're having this counter section like this, and as you can see, it's matching with the portfolio sections items, and this section is supporting each other, and all together it's looking pretty amazing. Alright, now let's check the responsiveness of this counter section on the tablet mode. First of all, I'm gonna select this counter section and make the padding and margin 0. In here, I'm gonna first of all grab this counter widget, and in the style, in the number and typography, we have 50 pixel of font size. Let's decrease it to 40 pixel, and also this title. I'm gonna make the font size 15 pixel, and also I'm gonna grab this whole item, and under the advanced tab, I'm gonna unlink the padding, and on the top, I'm gonna make 70 pixel, and on the bottom 70 pixel. Then I'm gonna copy the style of this item container and paste the style to the others. And it will become like this. Then it's time to copy this counter widget, copy this and paste the style to the other counter widgets, and the text will be fixed. And one last thing, in this item we had border. I don't quite like this border in the tablet mode, so in the border I'm gonna remove the border or make this border 0 and copy the container and paste the style. And all border will be gone, and it will be clean, and it looks far better in the tablet mode. Now let's check on the mobile mode. In here the order is okay, but we don't want this much height of the items, so in the advanced tab I'm gonna unlink this padding and 40 pixel padding on the top, then copy this and paste the style. And now let's select this counter section, and in the advanced tab I'm gonna make the padding 70 pixel on the top and 70 pixel on the bottom, and the counter section will be perfect in the mobile mode. Now let's move ahead and make our next section. I'm gonna close this counter section, and let's take a new container and drag the custom CSS down. Then I'm gonna rename this container watch section. Then first of all, I'm gonna make it full width and make pixel property on the width, and I'm gonna type 1400, then direction column and gaps 0, then padding 0. Then inside the watch section I'm gonna add another container, and I'm gonna make this full width and width 100%. Then I'm gonna make the mean height 750 pixel and align items center. Then under the advanced tab I'm gonna select an image as a background. I'm gonna select this image, look at the name, select, then position center and display size cover. Then under the advanced tab, margin 0, then padding 0, and on the left 200 pixel. Then inside this I'm gonna add a container, and I'm gonna rename this container content box. Then let's make it full width and 759 pixel. Then under the style tab I'm gonna add a background color. I'll make it white color. Then I'm gonna make the margin 0 and padding 10, 8, 10 and 8 pixel. Now inside this I'm gonna add a container, and I'm gonna rename this container contents. Then I'm gonna keep this boxed, and I'm gonna make the gaps 0. Then under the advanced tab I'm gonna make the margin 0 and padding. First of all, I'm gonna select this percentage property, and in here I'm gonna type 10%, 8%, 10 and 8%. Then inside this I'm gonna add a new container, and I'm gonna rename this contents. Then I'm gonna keep the contents boxed and gap 0. Then under the advanced I'm gonna make it margin 0. Then on the padding I'm gonna add the padding 55 on the right and 55 on the left. Then inside this contents, I'm gonna add a heading widget, and let's change the heading. Beautiful interior. Then here I'm gonna change the typography, font size 60 pixel, and line height, select EM, then type 1.53 EM, and letter spacing -2.8, and we will have text like this. Now under the advanced tab, let's make the text margin 0. And after this text, I want a divider, so we already have a couple of dividers, so let's just copy one, this one, and paste it here after the text. And in the divider only, I'm gonna go to margin, and on the bottom I'm gonna add 30 pixel of margin. Then after this, I'm gonna add a text editor here. Then let's change the text. Then under the style, let's first of all make the alignment left, and text color, I'm gonna make this one primary, and typography, font size 16, and font weight 500. Then I'm gonna go to advanced tab, and here in the margin I'm gonna make 60 pixel on the bottom. Then after this text, I wanna add the button we have. Let's copy this one, and I'm gonna paste it after this text editor. But we have to work on this button a little bit, so let's select. First of all, I'm gonna change the text. I'm gonna make it watch video. So after this, I'm gonna add a button widget, so let's drag and drop a button, and this time this button is going to be a little bit different. So first of all, I'm gonna change the text. I'm gonna type watch video, and then we want to add a link, because by clicking this button you will be able to see a video throughout a pop-up. So first of all, I'm gonna click on this dynamic tags, and in here scroll down a little bit, and you will find this actions, and under these actions we have this light box. Select this light box, and if you click on this light box, another setting will come up. In here you can set any video or any image. For now I'm gonna set a video, and in here you can put any video link or video URL that you want to show in the pop-up. So for example, I'm gonna go to youtube.com, Jim Fahad digital, and from here I'm gonna play a video. After watching this Elementor line, and you'll see this share button after this video. Click here, and YouTube will generate a link for you. From here, just copy this, and let's go back to the Elementor page builder, and in here in this video URL, I'm just gonna paste the link we have just copied. And now if we close this, and if now I click on this watch video button, after watching this Elementor landing page design masterclass, you will be a real ninja of Elementor page builder. You can literally design. So that's a cool and easy feature in the Elementor page builder. You can actually add any video link from any website. So after the functionality, we have to style this button, and we have to make it look good. So here we have this icon option in the button. We can add icons with the text inside this button. So I'm gonna click on this icon library, and I'm gonna search here play. Then I'm gonna select this play circle button and insert, and the icon will be here before the text. Now let's make this icon spacing 15 pixel to leave some space between the text and the icon. And now I'm gonna go to the style tab, and alignment, I'm gonna keep it left. Then in the typography of this button, I'm gonna make this 16 pixel of font size. Then line height, I'm gonna choose EM, then I'm gonna make it 3 EM. Then letter spacing -0.8 pixel. Then we have color of this button, text color, I'm gonna keep the text color secondary, which is fully light, and I'm gonna keep this border color of this button primary, or accent is the same, and I'm gonna make the border radius 0 to remove the default roundness on the button, so make 0 to make it fully sharp. Now here, most importantly, I'm gonna edit the padding. First of all, unlink, then 20 pixel, 160 pixel, 15 pixel, and 50 pixel. And we'll have this giant button here, which looks very cool. And now under the advanced tab, we're gonna add some simple custom code, because this button is a little bit different than the others. So I'm gonna go to the JFD site, and in here, after this gallery CSS classes, we have this video button CSS. In here, I'm just gonna copy all this code. Don't need to understand anything, but just copy. Then let's go back here and paste the code here. and it will have a line inside this button, very similar to the others, but it's not the same, but it will be good. Now we are done with this watch section in the desktop mode. Now it's time to check the responsive mode. So first of all, on the tablet, in here we have to definitely work on this. So first of all, I'm gonna select this watch section, and under the advanced, I'm gonna keep the padding 0. Then I'm gonna grab this container, and here in the padding, I'm gonna unlink everything, then 60, 40, 60, and 40 pixel of the padding. Then next, I'm gonna select this contents, and under the advanced tab, I'm gonna remove the padding, and here I'm gonna make it 75 on the right and 75 on the left. Then on the content box, first of all, I'm gonna select this percentage property in the width, and I'm gonna make it 100%, and it's gonna be like this. Then finally, I'm gonna grab this contents, and inside I'm gonna make it 0 pixel padding, and on the right I'm gonna type 75, and on the left 75. And then I'm gonna select this heading, and I'm gonna make this heading's font size 45 pixel and line height 1.5 em and letter spacing -3. Then I'm gonna select this text. First of all, I'm gonna make this text. First of all, I'm gonna select this text margin and unlink this, and I'm gonna add 40% of margin on the bottom. Then I'm gonna grab this button. Then under the advanced tab, I'm gonna add some margin, 20 pixel on the top. Alright, and now I'm gonna do one final thing. This container under this watch section, we have this mean height of 750 pixel. I'm gonna make it 0. And now it will be fitted like this. Now this section is perfect on the tablet mode. Now let's check on the mobile mode. Okay, here first of all, I'm gonna select this first container, and I'm gonna make the padding of it 40, 20, 40, and 20 pixel. Then I'm gonna select this contents, and I'm gonna make the padding 0, and then I'm gonna grab this heading and decrease the font size a little bit, like 35. And also this text editor in the style, I'm gonna just make it 15 pixel. And finally, let's grab this button. Then I'm gonna make the button's padding here under this style tab. First unlink, and here 15, 75, and 20 pixel, and it will be perfect like this. So in the mobile mode, our watch section is perfect, and our video works just fine. Right now, we are perfectly done with the section. So let's close the watch section, and let's move ahead and make our next section. Now let's go ahead and add a container, and I'm gonna rename this container testimonial section, and I'm gonna drag it up, and now I'm gonna make it 1400 pixel and keep it boxed. Then I'm gonna make the mean height 780 pixel and direction row. Then I'm gonna make this align items center, then gaps 0. Then under the advanced tab, unlink the margin, and on the top 150 pixel. Then I'm gonna make the padding 0. Then inside this, I'm gonna add a container, and I'm gonna rename this container card. Then I'm gonna make this card full width, and in the width 25%, and direction column. Then under the advanced tab, padding 0. Then inside this card, let's add another, and I'm gonna rename this card inner. Then I'm gonna make this card inner gaps 0. Then under the advanced tab, I'm gonna make the padding 65 pixel, and on the bottom 90 pixel. Okay, now inside this, I'm gonna add another container. Then I'm gonna keep it boxed, and then in the gaps 0. Then under the advanced tab, I'm gonna make the margin 20 pixel on the bottom, and padding unlink, and on the right 40 pixel and left 40 pixel. And now inside this, I'm gonna add a heading widget. Then let's change the heading, and with this heading, I'm gonna do a very interesting thing. Here I'm gonna first of all delete this text, and I'm gonna put one quotation mark, which is this. And then I'm gonna go to the style tab, and here in the color, first of all, I'm gonna make this quotation transparent. Yes, transparent. And then in the typography, keep it Poppins. And size, I'm gonna type 200 pixel. Then weight 700. And line height, select EM and make it 1 EM. Then I'm gonna treat the color now. We cannot see the text, but if we use this text stroke in here, let's type 1.5 and in color, select this primary. And after adding the stroke, now we are having a line of this text or quotation mark instead of the full color. But we are not done here. So in the content, we just type here the quotation mark like this, but we are not gonna use exactly this quotation mark. If you go to the JFD website and if you scroll down from here, you will see we have this testimonial quotation mark, and this is a special quotation mark, and this is especially for our design. So from here, select one of them and copy. Then here, instead of the typed one, I'm gonna paste this one and see how cool it looks. So it's basically an italic quotation mark. Normally you don't get this by typing on the keyboard, but you can get this on the internet easily. But we have just gave you the thing in the JFD website, so you don't have to search for it. Now after this, I'm gonna add a text editor. Then we're gonna change the text editor's text. And we're gonna go to Style tab, and in the typography, font size 16 pixel, then line height, select EM and 1.44 EM, then letter spacing -1 pixel, and make this font weight 500. Now let's go to the Advanced tab and I'll link the margin, and here on the margin top, I'll type -108 pixel. And it will pull itself towards the top of this, and I'm gonna add 7 pixel on the left. And we are done with this first container inside this card inner. So I'm gonna add another container by clicking on this add new container, and it will be added after this. And first of all, I'm gonna make this boxed, then direction row, and I'm gonna make this wrap no wrap this time, and gaps 0. Then I'm gonna go to Advanced tab, and margin I'm gonna unlink first and then select this EM in the margin, and I'm gonna type 0.2, 0, 0.5 and 0. Then on the padding I'll link 0, then 45 on the right and 45 on the left. And inside this container I'm gonna add a heading widget, and let's change the text to this. And under this Style tab, the color is good, and in the typography I'm gonna make it 20 pixel, and line height, select EM, then 1 EM, and letter spacing -1.5. Then with this heading I want to add a divider, so we have a divider in here. I'm just gonna copy this and I'm gonna place it before the heading. I'm just gonna drag it up and it will be before the heading. And now I'm gonna select this divider. Then under the Advanced tab, I'm gonna remove the bottom margin, and on the right I'm gonna type 15 pixel, and I'm gonna select the custom width here, and in here select pixel property, and I'm gonna make it 68 pixel, and it will be like this. And we have to make it center, so we can just use this margin top 8 and it will be perfectly centered with the text. Now after this container, I'm gonna close it. So basically in the card inner we have 2 containers. I'm gonna add another container by clicking add new container, and this container I'm gonna keep it boxed, then direction row and gap 0, then wrap no wrap. Then under the Advanced tab, I'm gonna unlink the margin and I'm gonna select the EM from here. Then I'm gonna type 0.2 on the top. Then I'm gonna unlink the padding, and on the right side 45 and on the left side 45. Then inside this I'm gonna add a heading, and let's change it to this New York. Then here I'm gonna change the typography. I'm gonna make it 16 pixel, then weight 500. The line height I'm gonna make it EM and 0.6 EM. Then letter spacing 0.2. Then under the Advanced tab, I'm gonna unlink the margin, and on the left I'm gonna put 68 pixel, and it will be good. So currently we are having this card. Everything inside looks pretty nice, but still the card is looking very empty and interactionless. So I want to add some really nice hover effects on this. So I'm gonna open this card, and in the card inner, under this tile tab, and in the background I'm gonna select the hover. Then in the background type, classic, and here I'm gonna choose this primary color. And now if we hover on this, it gives us a black background hover effect on the card, but our text is being hidden by the hover effect. So I have a solution for that. Go to the JFD website and you will find this testimonial hover effect CSS. From here, just copy the code and simply in this card inner, under the advanced tab, paste the code in the custom CSS. And here nothing is happening, I know. So now select this container, the first container inside this card inner, and make the CSS box 1. Then select the second container and make it box 2. Type exactly like this, box hyphen 2. Then we have third container. In here type box hyphen 3. And now if you hover, we are having a nice hover effect, and also our text is not being hidden. So our testimonial card is looking very nice and also interactive. Now it's time to duplicate the cards, because obviously we are not gonna have only one card in the section. So let's select the card and duplicate. And we're just gonna have 4 of them. And this card, the last one, will be a different thing. So first of all, I'm gonna select the container inside card, and I'm just gonna delete this, like all the containers, delete, and only keep the card, and inside that keep the card inner. And now inside this I'm gonna add a container. Then I'm gonna go to the advanced tab, then I'm gonna make it position absolute. Then I'm gonna make this vertical offset minus 82 pixel, and I'm gonna make the Z index 9. Then I'm gonna scroll down and open this transform, and I'm gonna turn on this rotate, and in here I'm gonna put 90 degree, and it will be rotated to 90 degree. And by the way, one thing, in this card inner we don't want the background hover anymore, so in here I'm gonna just click clear to clear the hover effect. Now in this container inside card inner, I'm gonna add a heading, and let's change the heading. I'm gonna paste the text, it will be customers says. Then I'm gonna go to style tab, and I'm gonna make this alignment left. Then in the typography, I'm gonna make the font size 45 pixel, then line height 1.2 em, then later spacing minus 3 pixel. And after this text, I'm gonna add a divider. So I'm just gonna copy a divider right from here because it is very similar. Copy and paste it here. Alright. And by the way, we can see a unnecessary gap between this divider and text. So let's select this container, and under the layout I'm gonna make it gap 0, and it will be perfect. Now I want to do the last thing in this section. I'm gonna select this testimonial section, and under this tile tab I'm gonna add a background image here and select this image. It's called Victor-2. Then after selecting, first of all I'm gonna make the position center right, and I'm gonna make the repeat no repeat, and the background image will be like this. Let's check this out, how perfect it's looking. This is such an eye-catching testimonial section. And now it's time to make it 100% responsive. So let's turn on the responsive mode, and in the tablet mode, first of all I'm gonna select this last card, and I'm just gonna hide this last card from the tablet and mobile. So first of all it will be gone. Then I'm gonna select this third card, and under the layout, instead of the 15 pixel I'm gonna make it 100 pixel. And now if I go to the testimonial section and under the layout and make this wrap, this section will be on the bottom and this 2 section will be on the top. Now I'm gonna select the first, this card, then under the layout I'm gonna make it 50% instead of the 25. And also for the second card, I'm gonna make it 50%. And now this two card will be nicely fitted on the top, and this card will be nicely fitted on the bottom. But for this card, we can work a little bit inside to make it look better. So let's select this card. The job is simple. Open this third card and select the card inner. Then under the advanced tab, unlink the padding, and here type 65, 130, 90, and 160. And now it will kind of look like this. Perfection. Now let's check on the mobile mode. In here, first two of them are perfect, but this one, let's open this, unlink the padding inside the card inner and make it 65, 90, and 65. In here, select the third container and open this, and in this card inner, first of all make the padding 0, then just type 65 on the top and 90 pixel on the bottom, and it will be perfect like this. So in the mobile mode now, it's kind of looking like this, but actually I'm gonna do one thing. From the tablet mode, you know, we have just hidden this. I want to use this card, but not like this. First of all, I'm gonna make this card 100% width. Then I'm gonna select this heading in this card, and I'm gonna select this container in that last card. In the responsive, I'm gonna hide this on mobile and tablet. Then I'm gonna duplicate this thing, and we're gonna have the second container. I'm just gonna rename this for responsive. Alright, and the container for the responsive, I'm gonna make it back to default, and also transform, reset the rotation, and also in the responsive, turn off this tablet and mobile, and turn on this hide on desktop. So what is happening here? If I close this, we are having this nice heading on the tablet and mobile, and also in the desktop mode, we're having this nice floating heading, and it's rotated. So overall, this section is beautiful, interactive, and also dynamic. Alright, perfect. Now we can say our beautiful testimonial section is ready. Okay, so we are gonna be making our blog section. So let's take a container, and I'm gonna make this container name blog section, and then let's keep it boxed, and on the width I'm gonna type 1400, and then direction, let's make it column, then gaps 0. Then under the advanced tab, I'm gonna make the margin 230 pixel on the top, then padding, unlink, and on the right 30 pixel, and on the bottom 236. Then inside this container, I'm gonna add another container, and I'm gonna rename this container top area, and let's make this full width, then direction row. Then under the advanced tab, I'm gonna make it padding 0. And inside this container, I'm gonna keep a heading text on the left and a button on the right. Since we already have that set up on our previous sections, so I'm just gonna scroll up, and here we have that. From here, I'm just gonna copy this container with the heading first, then paste it here, and then this container with the button, copy and paste here. And we're going to have the same structure. Then only thing we have to do is change the text. Instead of portfolio gallery, I'm gonna type recent blog. Then on this button, I'm gonna make it view blog, and we'll be done with this top area. And for now, I'm gonna leave this whole blog section here, because to create our blog contents, we have to do a couple of setups in our WordPress dashboard. And also we're gonna have our blog page separately. So after making that blog page, we're just gonna simply add the blog contents inside this. So everything will be in a nice order. So now I'm gonna update the Elementor page builder to save all the changes. And before making our inner pages or separate pages like about, blog, features, portfolio, finally, we're going to make our header and footer. So as you know, we're going to be adding our header before our banner right here on the top, and our footer, we're going to be making our footer on the very bottom of our website. But I'm not going to actually make our header and footer right here in this home page. Efficient and professional way to make header and footer using Elementor Page Builder. So right now, I'm going to click on this hamburger icon, and I'm going to exit to our WordPress dashboard. And after exiting, we are at our home's edit page. From here, I'm going to click on this WordPress icon to go back to our WordPress dashboard. And currently, we're at these pages in the WordPress. And now I'm going to click on this templates option. And under the templates, you can see we have this theme builder option. I'm going to go there. And we'll be at this page. And on the left side, if you see, we are having this heading option. I'm going to click here. And as you can see, currently there is no templates or anything here. So from the top right, I'm going to click add new. And after clicking, we are having this Elementor library pop-up. And here you can see we are having some pre-made templates of header from Elementor Page Builder. And these templates actually came with the Elementor Page Builder Pro version. So if you are having Elementor Pro, you can actually use these templates. These are very nice to have. But here, we're not gonna use this stock templates. We're gonna be adding our own header for our website. So from here, I'm just gonna close this pop-up by clicking here. And here, we will be at our Elementor Page Builder again. And right here, we're gonna import our header as a template. And importing templates is a time-saving gem in Elementor Page Builder. So now I'm gonna show you how you can import the header on the Elementor Page Builder. So in here, instead of clicking this plus icon, click on this folder icon. It says add template. After clicking here, the library will come up again. And here, let's click on this my templates. In here, we can see we are not having any templates yet, but we can click on this import template button, this upload logo. And in here, we can upload our template as a JSON or zip file. So if you remember, in the resource file, you are having an images folder and the templates folder. In the images, we have all the images for our website, and on the templates, if we open this, you will see 5 templates here that you can import in your Elementor Page Builder. So these are actually in JSON format. So now what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna drag this header.json file right into here. And it will show you a pop-up. Just click on continue. And in my templates, this header will be added. And right now from here, click on this insert button. And there you go. We are having the headers set up in this template. So we don't have to make the header from scratch. Although making the header is very simple, but I wanted to show you this important technique to save the significant time of yours. So here, after adding this template, we are basically having 2 containers here. One is this and one is this. So we are gonna focus on this container for now. And I'm gonna rename this header. And now in the header, we can see we're having only the logo, and we're not having the links like the about page, portfolio page, or blog page on the right side, because we don't have any menus or page in our WordPress. And in order to get the menu on the header, we have to make the pages and menus. Then we'll have the menus shown on the header. So first of all, I'm gonna click on this publish to publish this header. From here, just click on this save and close. Then from here, I'm gonna exit this page builder, and I'm gonna go to the pages. Now I'm gonna start to add empty pages like about, blog, and portfolio to add those pages in our menu. So let's add our first page. Here I'm gonna make this page about, and let's publish this page. And let's go back here and then add another. Let's make this portfolio and publish. Then go back and let's add one more, and this will be our blog page. Publish. And now let's add our contact page. Contact, then publish. And now here, basically in the pages, we are having home, about, portfolio, blog, and contact page. And now we're gonna turn all these pages into a links for our header. So I'm gonna hover over this appearance and we have this menus option. I'm gonna click here. Then first of all, under the menu structure, I'm gonna name our menu. So you can name your menu anything. For now, I'm just gonna name it main menu. And let's click on this create menu. Then it will be created. Now we have to add our pages into our menu. So on the left side, we have this pages. And here, as you can see, we have contact, blog, portfolio, and about page here. So I'm gonna select all these like this and click on add to menu. And now all the pages will be added as a link on our main menu. Okay, and from here you can drag the links like this to reorder the menu. I'm gonna first put the about, then I'm gonna put the portfolio, then I'm gonna drag up this blog and it will be like this. Then I'm gonna click on this view all, and in the view all you'll find our home page also here. So I'm gonna check this and add it to menu. And now our menu will look like this: home, about, portfolio, blog, and contact. Then finally, I'm gonna save the menu. Then after saving, I'm gonna straight go back to our templates, theme builder, and I'm gonna go inside our header. And in here you can see we are having this heading template. So here I'm gonna click on this edit. And now inside our header, we are having our links. So if we close this, now our heading is complete. And if we click on this menus, you see under this container, we are having this WordPress menu. And inside this menu, this main menu is selected automatically that we just created from our menus. So that's how you add your menus or links or pages links in the header. And also our imported header is fully customizable. Like you can change the logo image, or change the logo style, like you can make it big or small. And also you can work on these main menus, like you can change the style, colors, hover effect, and so on. So basically you are having a fully ready template that you can fully customize, and you can use this template to any of your website. You just have to change the contents according to the website design. So right now our header is done, and I'm gonna show you how you can add it to your homepage and every other pages. But before that, we have to make our footer. So from here, just update this to save changes and click save and close. Then from here, just exit to dashboard. And now under the theme builder, we are click on this footer option. And in here, similarly, we are not having any templates, and click on this add new. And in the Elementor library, you can see we are having some pro templates from Elementor Pro, but we're gonna ignore this, and we're gonna click on this upload button. And in here in the folder, we're also having this footer JSON file, which is a ready template. So we're gonna import this like this, and in the templates this footer will be added. Now let's just insert, and after importing, there you go, we have our proper footer here. And on this footer you can change anything you like this content, or you can change this logo, work on these quick links or contact details. Everything is in your hand. And of course this footer is 100% responsive. As you can see in the tablet mode, it looks perfect. In the mobile mode, it's perfect. So now we are having our footer, and I'm gonna publish now. Then just click on this save and close. And now let's go back to our dashboard. So after adding our header and footer, if we refresh our front-end website here, you see our header or our footer is not added yet. So I'm gonna go back to our templates page builder, and on the header I'm gonna click on the header, and right here we are having this header. And now I'm gonna click on this edit conditions. Then I'm gonna click on this add condition, and in here in this box, make sure you select this entire site. Then after selecting, save and close. And then I'm gonna go to the footer, and in here we are having our footers template, and also from here edit the conditions, add condition, make sure select the entire site, then save and close. Now let's go back to our dashboard. So click on this X icon to close this theme builder. And now in the pages and on this home page, let's click on this edit with Elementor. And now we are having our home page in the Elementor page builder. And then from here, I'm gonna click on this settings. Then under the page layout, before we have set it to the Elementor canvas to remove all the contents top to bottom. And now I'm gonna select this Elementor full width. And now after making this Elementor full width, we are having our perfect header. And on the bottom, our perfect footer. Great. And now our home page is almost complete, only without this block section, and we're gonna be making it very soon. Now we are gonna be making our inner pages. So let's update our home page and let's go back to the dashboard. And in our pages, let's start with our about page. So let's click on this about, and in here let's edit with Elementor. And after opening this about page in the page builder, you can see we are having the header and the footer already here. Because our header and our footer is global, doesn't matter how many pages you create, the header and footer will be always on the page. So that's great. And first of all, in here in the settings, instead of the default page, I'm gonna make it Elementor full width to remove this extra contents or text. So let's make it Elementor full width. And it will be just header, footer, and empty canvas. And now we're just gonna import our about page sections. So in here, let's click on this templates. So currently in my templates, we're having the header and footer. Now let's add or upload more templates. And if you open our folder, you'll find this about page template. Let's upload it. Continue. And it will be added to my templates. Now in here, just click on this insert. And there you go. We are having the whole about us page loaded here. And the whole sections and whole page is 100% responsive. So if I show you, everything is fully responsive. Alright. And one thing we have missed here on the header, on the mobile screen, we get this hamburger icon if we click this. And our menu will be opened on the sides like this. Alright. Also we have this hamburger icon on the tablet as well. So it's a proper way to handle the big main menu on the smaller screen. Alright. Now let's go back here. I'm gonna update this about us page. I'm gonna go back to the dashboard in the pages. Now we're gonna be working on this portfolio page. Then let's edit with this Elementor. And first of all, I'm gonna make this portfolio's page layout Elementor full width, and it will be like this. Then here I'm gonna take a container. Then I'm gonna make this container full width. Then I'm gonna rename this container portfolio. And now inside our portfolio, I'm gonna add the same section for our portfolio that we are having in our home page, which is this portfolio gallery. So this is our front-end website, and here you can directly open this page in the Elementor page builder by clicking here. And now our home page is loaded in the Elementor, and let's scroll down, and we have this portfolio gallery. Here on the portfolio gallery, I'm gonna select this single item. I'm gonna just copy this and go back to the portfolio page, and inside this container I'm just simply gonna paste this, and we can see we're having some gaps on the container. So I'm gonna select this portfolio, and under the advanced tab I'm gonna make the padding 0, and it will have no space. So currently we're having one item, but I'm gonna add all of them there. So first of all, let's select this and copy and paste it here. Then it's added after this. Now I'm gonna copy this third one and paste. Then we got the fourth one, copy and paste. And now we have our last one, copy and paste here. Alright. Now currently inside the portfolio container, we are having 5 items. but right now it's ordered vertically. So simply select this portfolio and under the layout make this direction row to make it horizontal. Now in the gaps, make the gaps 0 to remove all the gaps between the elements. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna keep adding the items inside this portfolio. So I'm just gonna select this last one and I'm gonna keep duplicating. But before that, on this portfolio container, turn on this wrap to wrap. Then if we select the last one and duplicate this, it will start adding from the bottom. I'm gonna keep duplicating this until we have multiple rows. Currently we are having 2 rows, but I want another row. So let's keep duplicating. Alright, now we are having 3 rows of this portfolio items. Now our job is to change all the images on these items. So first of all, let's select this. In here we have this background image. Let's change it. We're gonna select this image. And also let's change in the hover mode. We have to choose the same image. This one. So you can just simply change the images and all images are available here. You can use any image you like and everything will be changed. And actually to change all the contents of the items, it will take ages and it will take too much of time and this will make this video very longer. So I'll get back to you after changing all the images of this item. And we're done changing our images for this portfolio item. And finally, I'm gonna select this portfolio container. And in the advanced and under the padding, I'm gonna unlink the padding. Then on the top, I'm gonna make it 200 pixel and on the bottom, 195 pixel. And it will leave some space on the top and bottom. And currently our portfolio section is looking like this. It's really amazing. And also these are already responsive because we have just pasted the item from our home page. So we don't have to work on the responsiveness of this now. It's perfect on the tablet and perfect on the mobile. Cool. Now let's exit from our portfolio page. Before that, make sure you update the page. And let's go back to our dashboard. And now we're gonna be working on our website blog. So first of all, I'm gonna click on this post option. And in here, we're gonna create a post using the WordPress default editor. And I'm gonna show you everything. How can you create a post, how to set up that post, like choosing the post categories, tags, images, and everything. So first of all, here we can see we are having a default hello world post. First of all, I'm gonna delete this. Let's click on this trash and it will be moved to the trash. I'm gonna close this pop-up and now here I'm gonna add a new post. And here you can see it's looking very similar to the place where we name our pages when we create our new page, right? So it's a default WordPress format. So we're gonna create our whole post in this place. Like starting from adding title to writing paragraphs, choosing categories, everything. So let's start creating our post. And first of all, I'm gonna add our post title. So here, I'm gonna paste my title that I have copied. Alright, so this is basically our post title. And now let's add our post paragraph. So first of all, to add paragraphs, click on this empty field. And in this empty input, I'm gonna paste my text. So this all paragraph I have just pasted here. And in here, to edit the text, you get some basic tools like choosing the text format. Then you can choose the text align to center, left or right. And on this right side, we have some options I'll show you. For example, I select this line of text and then I click on this V icon and it will make the selected text bold like this. Also, you can select any text and click on this to make it italic. Also, let's select another one and click on this link icon, and here you can put any link. Under here it's suggesting some of our pages link, but you can put any link like kitpapa.com, and this selected text will become a link. And if you want to explore more tools for the text, you can click on this down arrow and you'll have more advanced options like inline code, inline image, keyboard input, and more. So I'm just gonna undo everything we have done here because we need plain text, and we're gonna do all the styling with the Elementor, not with this classic editor. We're just gonna work on base elements of a post here. So we have added the title, we have added the paragraph or the description, and now if you switch back to post, and all these options will be here. And now in here, let me just make you familiar with some of these options. Like you can choose the visibility to public, private, or even password protected. So I'm gonna keep it public now. Then in here we have this author name that we have set it to this name on the dashboard back then. Then down here we have this categories option. If we open this, from here we can add this post into a new category, and from here we can add a new category. For example, let's type a category interior. Now let's click on this add new category, and this category will be added. Now let's add more category like decoration, then add new category. So now this post is having this two category, this decoration and this interior. Alright, now if we scroll down, then we have this tags here. In here you can add any text, like I'm typing design, and if you type comma, it will be added as a tag like this. Then in the same field you can type another tag like kitchen, and if you click comma or click enter, it will be added like this. Alright, so that's how the tags work. Now we have this featured image. If we open this, here we can set a featured image for our post. So let's set an image. From here, let's add this one, set featured image. So this is the image that we usually show on the top of our post. But since this is our basic WordPress post editor, we cannot do the styling part here. And as you know, we're gonna do the styling part on the Elementor page builder. So for now, we are setting the base element like these tags, categories, and featured image like that. And after this, everything is kind of optional. So we are not gonna work on these right now. And now we have done creating our post. Now we're gonna click on this publish. And now our post is published. And from here, actually we can click on this view post to see how our post is looking. Right now it doesn't look that good because we did not do any styling on it. So let's go back. And now we are gonna style our post. And here basically you can see we have created a post, and now we are gonna style our post. And to styling our post, we're gonna be using these templates. And let's go to the theme builder. And before we have made this header and footer, but we have all other options here. One of them is this single post. So now we're gonna use this one. Let's click on it. And right now nothing is here, so let's add new. And similarly, Elementor library is suggesting single post template from Elementor Pro, but we have our own. So let's click on this import template, but we will create our own. So let's click this icon to close this. And in here we are back to the Elementor page builder, where we will design our single block post that we have just created on the dashboard. Alright, then first of all, I'm gonna take a container from here, and let's rename this container single blog section, and let's keep this single block section boxed. Then let's make the width 1400 pixel. Then I'm gonna make the direction column, then align items center, then gaps 0. Then under the advanced tab, I'm gonna make the padding on the top 200 pixel, then on the right 30 pixel, on the bottom 100 pixel, and on the left 30 pixel. Now inside this, first I'm gonna add a new item. I'm gonna add this featured image. And right after adding this featured image widget, you can see it automatically detects the first post and loaded the featured image from that, which is great. Then here, first of all, I'm gonna click on this image resolution and I'm gonna choose custom. Then in the width first, I'm gonna make it 1600. Then here, I'm gonna make it 900. Then I'm gonna click on this apply and the image will be resized. Then I'm gonna go to advanced tab and on the padding, unlink first, and on the right 50 pixel and on the left 50 pixel. Then after this featured image, I'm gonna add a new container. Let's drag a container after this and I'm gonna rename this container post area. Alright, now in this container I'm gonna make this full width, and width I'm gonna make it 67%. Then I'm gonna make the gaps 0. Then under the advanced tab, I'm gonna make the margin. First of all, select the EM property in the margin. Then on the top, 3.5625 to make it very precise. Then I'm gonna make the padding 0. Then inside this container, I'm gonna add this post title. And right after adding it, it detects the post we have made in the post and it loaded the title. Then here, I'm gonna go to style tab and make the alignment to center. Then under the text color, I'm gonna put a custom code, which is 3D, 3D, 3D. Then we have typography. In here, I'm gonna search a font, which is Railway, and select this one. Then font size, I'm gonna make it 37 pixel, and weight keep 700. Then line height, EM, and 1.5. And our title will be ready. Then after this, I'm gonna add another widget, which will be this post info. In here, first of all, keep it inline. Then we have 4 items: author, date, time, and comments. First of all, I'm gonna delete this comments and time. Then I'm gonna drag this date before the author. And now I'm gonna add a new item. Click on this add item. And under the type, I'm gonna choose this terms. Then under this taxonomy, I'm gonna select this categories. And now I'm gonna close this. Now let's go to the style tab and let's make the space between 20 pixel. Then alignment center. Then I'm gonna turn on this divider. Then on the divider's height, let's make it pixel property and I'm gonna make it 9 pixel. And we have this color. In the color, I'm gonna type BBBBBB. After that, I'm gonna open this icon drop down, and first of all, icon color, it's already selected as primary. I'm gonna keep it primary, and the icon size, I'm gonna keep it 14 pixel. Then I'm gonna open this text drop down. Then here, first of all, I'm gonna make the text color 6 8s, so 888 888. All right, now let's go to the typography of this text. And in here, I'm gonna search railway. Then font size, let's make it 14 pixel, and weight, keep it 400. Then let's close the typography. Then let's go to the advanced tab. In here, I'll link the padding. Then on the top 25 and on the bottom 25. Now finally, I'm gonna go to the contents again, and from the each item, I'm gonna choose the icon to none. For the author, none. And for the terms, make it none. And it will be only the text, and between that we'll have dividers like this. Alright, it's looking nice. Then after this post info, I'm gonna add another widget, which is post content. And in the post content, it's detected our paragraph from the post. And now let's style this text. So on the panel, we can see we have only the style tab and advanced tab. So on the post text color, it's already this color, so I'm gonna keep it. Then typography, I'm gonna make it railway. Then font size 16 pixel and line height 1.5 em. And then after this, I'm gonna close this post area. Then after this, I'm gonna right click and add a new container. And I'm gonna rename this container post bottom. And I'm gonna make this post bottom 67%, then direction row, align items center, then gaps 20, and I'm gonna make the margin 80 pixel on the top. Then I'm gonna go to Style tab. In here, I'm gonna open this border. Then I'm gonna select the border type to solid, and let's unlink this border width, and on the top 1 pixel and on the bottom 1 pixel. Then let's set the border color, which is E7 EA F6. Alright, then I'm gonna go to Advanced tab, and in here I'm gonna unlink the padding. Then I'm gonna select this EM property. Then on the top I'm gonna add 2 EM. Then on the bottom 1.5 EM. Alright, now inside this container I'm gonna go to widgets and scroll down, then add this heading. Let's make this heading H4. Then let's change the text here. I'm gonna type share and colon. Then under the Style tab, keep it primary color. Then in the typography, let's make the railway font. We're actually making all the single post fonts railway. Then I'm gonna add the font size 18 pixel. Then font weight, I'm gonna make it 500. Then after this, I'm gonna go to widgets. I'm gonna search a widget which is share button, and this widget will come up. So I'm gonna drag and drop this after this heading. And currently we're having some social links with the icons. So here I'm gonna keep these items, and under this view I'm gonna make this icon. Then we have skin. I'm gonna make it flat to remove the gradient color and make it flat color. Then on the shape, I'm gonna make this circle to make it fully round. Then I'm gonna keep the columns auto, and I'm gonna go to Style tab, and first of all I'm gonna make the column gap 15 pixel. Then rows gap, let's make it 0. Then we have button size here. I'm gonna type here 0.55, and it will become this size. Now we have this icon size, and it's selected as a EM, so let's type 1.7 EM, and it will be like this. And then here we have color. Currently it's using the official color of the social medias, so I'm gonna select this custom, and I'm gonna select the primary color to our primary, and it will be fully black like this. Any visitor can use these social links to share the whole blog or the post. So you can actually select this, and under the content. So basically we are done creating this single post or designing this. And now we have to check the responsiveness, like how it looks on the tablet and mobile. So in the tablet mode, we have little bit of work here. Like let's select this featured image first. Then in the padding, I'm gonna make it all 0 to make it fulfill. Then let's select this post area, and in here under the layout, we are having 67% of width, but I'm gonna make it 75%. Then also same thing in the post bottom. Let's make it 75%. Perfect. Now in the tablet mode, everything is perfect. Time to check the mobile mode. In here, first of all, I'm gonna select the single block section, and under the Advanced tab, let's unlink the padding, and on the top 100 pixel, then right 20 pixel, on the bottom 70 pixel, and on the left 20 pixel. After this, I feel like this text is too much big, so let's select this, and under the typography, I'm gonna decrease the font size to 22 pixel. And after this, let's select the post bottom, and under the Advanced tab, let's unlink the margin, and on the top let's add 30 pixel, and it will leave some space on the top, and everything will look perfect. Alright, so right now our single post section is complete. Now let's publish this, and click on this add condition and keep it as it is. Then let's click on this save and close. Now let's go back to our dashboard, and under the posts, now if we click on this view of the post, now you see here this styled one is loading up, and it's perfect. And now in the post, currently we are having only one post, so I'm gonna just make a couple more posts here. Alright, here I have added 6 more posts, so altogether we are right now having 7 posts. Alright, so we have designed the post, we have designed the single post, but now I want to design a place that we can hold all these posts together. So there is a very interesting option to do it with the Elementor. So let's click on this templates and theme builder. And in the theme builder, we have another option called loop item. We're gonna use this option. So let's click on it. And here, let's click on add new. And we're just gonna skip this templates from Elementor and close this pop-up. And in here, we can see this is a very unique canvas in the Elementor. It's having only a box, and this is so small, placed on the center. So inside this box, we're gonna design our blog archive. So first of all, let's take a container inside, and I'm gonna rename this single archive. Then I'm gonna keep this boxed. Then I'm gonna make the direction column and gaps 0. Then under the advanced tab, I'm gonna make the padding 0. Then inside this single archive, I'm gonna add another container. Then let's make the gap 0 and padding also 0. After that, inside this container, I'm gonna add the widget, which is featured image. And after adding this featured image, it's automatically detected a featured image randomly from one of our posts. Alright, now let's work on this image. First of all, let's click on this image resolution and let's select custom. And on the width, I'm gonna make it 637, and on the height, I'm gonna make it 480. Then I'm gonna click on this apply. Then we have this link. Let's click on it and select this custom URL. Then after selecting custom, this new field will appear. Then from here, I'm gonna select this dynamic tags. Then we have this post URL under the post. I'm gonna select this. Alright, now I'm gonna go to the style tab, and on the width, first of all, let's make it 100%. Then on the height, I'm gonna make it percentage first. Then I'm gonna make it 100%. Then we have object fit. I'm gonna make it cover. Alright, and after this container, I'm gonna close it. I'm gonna add another container, and I'm gonna go to the advanced tab, and I'm gonna make the margin 0. And now in the padding, first of all, I'm gonna select the percentage. Then I'm gonna unlink the padding. On the right, 10%, and on the left, 10%. Now inside this container, I'm gonna add another container, and I'm just gonna rename this contents. Then I'm gonna make the contents gap 0. Then I'm gonna go to the style tab, and I'm gonna add a background color of this contents. Let's type FFF to make it fully white. Now let's go to the advanced tab and unlink the margin. Then on the top, type minus 208 pixel, and this container will pull itself on the top. Then let's unlink the padding, and on the top, I'm gonna make it 40 pixel, and on the right, 30 pixel, bottom 30 pixel, and also the left 30 pixel. And now inside this contents, I'm gonna add a widget, which is post info. And from here, I'm just gonna delete all the items, and I'm gonna keep the author and the date. But I'm gonna drag up this date option on the top, and then I'm gonna open this author, and inside this author, on the before here, I'm gonna type by. Then inside this, we have this icon. Now in the icon here, I'm gonna make it none to remove the icon from the author, and also for the date, I'm gonna just remove the icon. And now let's go to the style tab to style this post info. Then first of all, I'm gonna make this space between 15 pixel. Then I'm gonna turn on this divider. Then I'm gonna make the divider's width 3 pixel and divider's height, select pixel and 3 pixel. Then let's make the divider color 6 B's, BBB, BBB. And let's open the icon. And inside this, I'm gonna make it the same color. Then icon size, I'm gonna make it 6 pixel. Then let's open the text, and let's make the text color our primary color. Then in the typography, let's keep it Montserrat, and font size, I'm gonna make it 14 pixel. Then font weight, let's make it 500, and line height, first select the EM, then type 1.5. Then letter spacing, let's type 0.4. And now I'm gonna go to the advanced tab, and in the margin, I'm gonna unlink. Then on the bottom, I'm gonna just type 15 pixel, and letter spacing, type minus 0.4. Alright, now let's go under the advanced tab, and in the margin, unlink the margin, and on the bottom, just type 15 pixel. Alright, now after this post info, I'm gonna add another widget, which will be this post title, and it's automatically detected a random post title. Then here under this link, I'm gonna click on dynamic text, then I'm gonna choose this post URL, then let's keep it h1, and inside the style tab, first of all I'm gonna make this primary color, then typography, let's make it 20 pixel, and line height 1.2 em, then letter spacing minus 0.6 em. And finally here, I'm gonna use a simple custom CSS to add a hover effect on this single archive. So let's go to the JFD website, and here you'll find this blog grid hover effect CSS. From here, just copy this and paste it in this single archive container in the custom CSS. And now select this container, this contents, and in here CSS classes, copy this blog item CSS class and copy this here. And if you hover on this item now, it will show a really nice hover effect. Perfect. Alright, so we are just completed our single archive, which is right now showing only one post or one blog, but we want to make this all together. Like all of our 6-7 posts will be shown all together. So first of all, let's publish this page. Now let's go back to the dashboard and let's go to the pages, and finally we're going to work on our blog page. So let's click, and now let's open it with Elementor Page Builder. So click on this edit with Elementor. So in here, first of all, I'm gonna make this Elementor's full width under the page layout. Then we will have a clean page, and now we're gonna add a new container. And let's rename this container blog section. And we have our blog section in our home page, right? Like this one. But after we did not add our post because we didn't have our post to add here. So first of all, I'm gonna copy this blog section. Then I'm gonna come back here in the blog page. Then instead of making the header from scratch, I'm gonna delete this and paste the header from the home page in here. And now inside this blog section, we are having this top area. And now after this top area, I'm gonna add a new container. And I'm gonna rename this container archive area. Then first of all, I'm gonna go under the advanced tab, and on the margin, I'm gonna make it 55 pixel on the top. Then on the padding, I'm gonna keep it all 0. Now inside this, I'm gonna add a new widget, which is loop grid, and this will come up. Then let's drag and drop here. And then in here, we have to choose our template that we have designed for our blog archive. So I'm gonna select this, and here we have to type the name, but if we go to our theme builder here and under the loop item, we can see we are having a random name randomly generated, which is this. So we can just edit this. So we can just click on this 3 dots menu and click on rename. And from here, let's rename this blog grid, and click on this change, and the name will be changed. Now let's go back here and then search blog grid, and that template will be suggested, and select this. And right after selecting, all the posts will be loaded in here very nicely. So currently in this page, we are having 6 of our posts shown. As we can see, this item per page is 6. If we make it 7, it will be 7, but we cannot make it more than that because we have only 7 posts created. Also, we can make it 3, 4, 5, anything. Alright, for now I'm gonna just make it 6. And now in this section, all post is showing together. So let's update this, and I'm gonna open this on the preview mode. And in here, if we click on a post title, for example this one, it will take us to the single post page of that post, where we can see every details and the design in one page. Great. So that's how the blog works. And now don't forget we have the blog section also in our home page, and in here I'm gonna do the same. So first of all, let's open this blog section, and after this top area I'm gonna just add a new container and rename this archive area, and inside this let's add the widget which is loop grid. Now from here select the template which is block grid and this, and now our home page is also having the post archives. Alright, now one thing here in the achieve area we can go to advanced tab and make the padding 0. Then we can select the container with the heading, and from here we can remove the padding to match it with the post area. Alright, our blog page and our blog section is done, and with this blog section our home page is fully done. Now we have all the sections in our home page. But before closing our home page, I want to do some final work on our home page. So let's start with here. We can see this text is disaligned with these items. So first of all, let's select this container, and we can see we are having some padding on the left. First of all, I'm gonna make it 0. Then also in the button we have some space on the right. So let's grab this container, and on the right let's make it 0. Then on the padding I'm gonna make all 0, and it will be perfectly aligned with these post items, but we have to leave some space on the bottom. So let's select this whole top area, and under the advanced tab on the padding bottom let's make it 60 pixel, and it's looking pretty nice. By the way, we can also copy this one and paste it into our blog section because it was the same. So let's just delete this and paste it from the home page here. Alright, perfect. So in the blog page we are not keeping that view all button because this is the page where you can view all the posts. Okay, now let's go back to home page and polish our home page finally. Let's recheck everything from bottom to top. Alright, everything is good, but I feel like we have to add more animations on the elements. So let's start with this client section. In here we are having some images items, so let's select the image, and under the advanced tab we have motion effects. From here under the entrance animation I'm gonna make this one fade in left. Then I'm gonna select this one, and I'm gonna make this animation fade in up. Then let's select this one, and I'm gonna make this fade in down. Then we have this. Let's make it fade in up, and finally this one. And I'm gonna make this fade in right, so it will have an entry from the right, and the left one will have entry from the left. So let's check how it looks. Let's update and open it on a preview mode. So as you can see, after loading, this section is having a zigzag animation like this. Very cool. Now let's go to the next section, this about section. So in here we can add some animation on this heading. Let's make it fade in down, and this one I'm gonna make it fade in up, and in this button also I'm gonna make it fade in up. So it will be looking like this. Cool. Now next we have this section. We're gonna add animation on this side ones. So let's select this image. Let's make it fade in left. Let's select this whole contents. Then under the advanced, let's make it fade in left. Then select this image fade in left, and also this container. Fade in left. And let's work on the right side. Alright, now I'm gonna select this container, this contents. Then inside this contents we have this container. I'm gonna select this and I'm gonna go to Advanced tab, and let's go to the motion effects, and from here scrolling effects, turn it on. Then I'm gonna click on this horizontal scroll, and I'm gonna keep it to left, and I'm gonna make the speed 2.2. And now if we scroll up and down, we can see we are having a nice scrolling effect. But if you are wondering, this scrolling effect is working like vertically, but why we selected this horizontal scroll to achieve this animation, right? Because this whole text is rotated 90 degree. So now this vertical scroll is horizontal scroll, and this horizontal scroll is vertical scroll. For example, if I reset this horizontal and active this vertical, now it will work horizontally. Alright, now let's get back to the horizontal scroll, and we're having this vertical scroll. Nice. Now finally in this section, I'm gonna grab this one and let's add an entrance animation. I'm gonna make it fade in right. Alright, and the whole section will look like this with the animations. Perfect. Now let's move to the next section. In here I'm gonna select this text and I'm gonna add the animation on this, but not exactly this text. Grab this container where this heading and divider is all together. Then let's add the effect. I'm gonna use fade in left and also this button. Let's make it fade in right. Perfect. Now next we have this counter section. In here, first of all, I'm gonna grab each of the item inside. Then in the motion effects, I'm gonna add fade in left to all of them. So let's copy and paste this tile. To all of them. And these will have the same animation, so it will look like, I'll show you in the preview mode. If we reload this, all animation will show an entry like this, which is cool. Then next we have this section, so let's add entrance animation of, let's make it fading down. Then this text editor, final the button, I'm gonna make it fading up. Now let's check. It will be like this. Alright, next we have this. First of all, I'm gonna select each cards. On the card 1, I'm gonna make the entrance animation fading down, and I'm gonna make this one fading up, and this one fading down. And I'm gonna select this, then select this card inner, and under the Advanced tab, in the motion effect, turn on the scrolling effects, and then turn on this vertical scroll. Then I'm gonna make it 2.2. I'm making this one vertical because we are selecting this card inner itself, because this one is structured a little bit differently, so that's why. And if I update, and in the preview, all together it will look like this, and the scrolling animation will be like this. Amazing. Then finally we have this block section. So in here in the text, I'm gonna add entrance, fade in left, and on the button fade in right. And I'm gonna also quickly fix the heading on the blog page. In trends animation, fade in left, and this page will be good. Now let's go back to home page, and here finally we are fully done with our home page. And our home page is looking gorgeous with all the animations, all the beautiness of the layout, colors, premiumness, and everything. And one bonus thing we are having with this footer is this arrow. If we click on this arrow, it will take us to all the way to the top. So it can be very useful if you want to go on the top really fast. Just one click on this button. Cool. Alright, so we are currently having all the pages. About page. Then we have portfolio page. Then we have our blog page. And finally, we have left one page, which is our contact page. So let's build our contact page. So let's go to the dashboard. And in here we have this contact. Let's open this with Elementor. In here, first of all, let's make this Elementor full width. And now we are going to add a template of this contact section. So from here, let's upload a template. In here, we have this contact page. Let's drag in. And from here, let's insert. Then after importing, I'm gonna go to settings and make the page layout Elementor full width. And everything will be like this, but if we scroll down, we cannot see any contact form in this template because I'm gonna show you how you can create a contact form from scratch. And I'm gonna show you this step by step. That's why I did not include it inside the templates. So let's start making our contact form. First of all, from the widgets, I'm going to search form and you'll get this form. Let's drag and drop this form after this heading, exactly here. And after adding, it will be a complete form, but we have to style it to match with our own design. So first of all, I'm going to rename this form name to contact form. Then in here, we have info of name, email, and message. First of all, I'm going to open this name. Then in here, I'm going to turn on this required. After turning on this required, your user must input their name, otherwise they cannot send the message. Alright. Then here in the placeholder, we can type anything. We will type name and in the brackets required. And placeholder will change this text inside this input box. Alright, now let's open the email. And in here we can see the required is by default on. Now in the placeholder, I'm gonna type required in the box. Required. Then we have this message. In here, I'm gonna keep everything as it is. Alright, now let's work on the next things. So let's open this buttons drop down. In here, first of all, I'm gonna make this alignment to the right, and I'm gonna change the text here. I'm gonna type send in uppercase, and now I'm gonna go to the style tab. In here, first of all, I'm gonna make the row gap 75 pixel. Then I'm gonna open this field drop down. In here, first of all, I'm gonna make this text color 393939A1. And it will give us a semi-transparent color. Then let's work on the typography. In here, I'm just gonna make this font weight 500. Then we have this border. Now I'm gonna make this border color BE. Then in the border width, I'm gonna unlink this. Then on the bottom, I'm gonna type 1 pixel. Then border radius, I'm gonna type 0. And then we're going to open this buttons drop down. Then here, first of all, let's open this typography. and let's make the font size 15 pixel and keep the weight 500. Then let's make this border radius 0, and on the text padding I'm gonna unlink first, then 25, 15 pixel, 25 and 25 pixel. We are leaving some space on the right because we're going to add some effects. And by the way, one thing, I'm gonna go to the contents and turn off this label to remove the extra text, this name, email and message. Alright, so let's go to the JFD website and you will find this contact form CSS. Copy all this, and in here we just have to paste it in the CSS, and this button will have this nice hover effect. Great. And now let's check the responsiveness. In the tablet it's perfect, everything is perfect because we have just imported everything, and also this contact form is quite versatile, so it's good. Also in the mobile mode everything is perfect. Alright, and with this our contact form and contact page is completed. Alright, now I'm gonna be showing you how you can create a logo for any website. So first of all, let's Google logo maker and this website will come up. The spelling is like logo, makr.com. Open the first link, then from here just click on the start my design, and here choose this black canvas. Then click on this create a new design, and it will take us to this canvas. This is the logo maker's canvas. Here we will design our logo. So first of all I'm gonna click on this text and a dummy text will come up. Then I'm gonna here type our site name, Vantage. Then we're gonna change our text font family. So first of all click on this designer picks, then choose this bold, then click on this right side font family, then scroll down and you will find this railway bold font. Select this. After that click on the styles of this text, then here we have the color, it's called fill, so I'm gonna click it and I'm gonna make it fully black color. And then here we have the later spacing, it's very similar to the Elementor page builder, so I'm gonna use this slider and I'm gonna drag it to the left and make it like this. The value is something like this, you can take a look. Then our logo has a graphics before the text, so we want a graphics for that. So I'm gonna click on this, it says search over 3 million graphics. From here you can search any graphics and look for anything, and over here we have some categories like shapes. I'm gonna click on the shapes and we can see we have many shapes here. From here you can pick anything you like, but for now I'm gonna pick up this and I'm gonna drag it here and let's make it small, dragging like this. Then I'm gonna place it before the logo nicely. Although it's not the same graphics we are having in our website, but it makes the job done. Then after we finish the design, I'm gonna click on this save here. Then I'm gonna click on this download low resolution PNG file. Then here I'm gonna put my email address and I'm gonna click on this accept. Then I'm gonna click on send file to email, and they will actually send you the logo on your email address. So let's check our email, and in here as you can see in my email they have sent the logo nicely. So all we have to do is click on this download free file and our logo will be downloaded like this. Then I'm gonna come back to the WordPress and let's go back to the dashboard, and I'm gonna go to theme builder, and inside this theme builder we have the header, and let's click on edit, and on the header we have the logo. So from here I'm gonna change the logo image by choosing the image. Then here first of all in our media library we have to upload our new logo, and we have uploaded. Now let's select this, and we are having the logo we have just created from the free online tool. So that's great. And now I'm gonna show you how you can change your favicon. If you don't know what is favicon is the icon that shows up on a browser tab with the site title. For example, this one. So this is Jim Fahad digital website. In here on the browsers tab, it has a title, and before the title we have an icon. So this icon is called Favicon. Alright, so we want a Favicon for our site as well. So let's go to the dashboard, and from here hover over this appearance and click on this customize, and it will bring you here. Then click on this site identity, and here we have the site icon. Click on this select site icon, and from the media library we have to choose our small favicon. You can use any of your image to make your favicon. You can even design a favicon inside the logomaker.com using only a graphics like this. So for now I'm uploading an image, and let's select this and let's click on this crop image, and here this is our favicon. And if you notice on the browser tab, our icon has been added there. Great. Now let's click on this publish. Alright, now let's go back from here. Alright, so we have completed our amazing architecture and interior website design. Now just go ahead and make your own professional architecture and interior website. I wish you all the best, and I have one request. Please comment down below about the learning experience from this video. Also please share this video on social media, and it would mean world to me. I'll catch you in the next one. For now, bye bye.